Hello. Right, well, hopefully everyone can hear me. Things are doing odd flickery things at this end, so let's see what happens. Hopefully the weather won't catch up with us. So yes, hello, if you can indeed hear me, and if you can't hear me, well, I'm still saying hello, so, you know, the greeting and the intent is the same, even if the reception isn't. Excellent. Right. So, first off, if I do look a little bit tired and occasionally seem to drift off, I do apologise in advance. I have today made an unexpected trip to Colchester and back in the same day, plus chasing around through the weather. And incidentally, if any of you happen to be in the vicinity of Colchester and happen to know who exactly is in charge of road planning and roadworks, please tell me so I can find them and beat them with a copy of the traffic signs, regulations and general directions. Because they can't plan roadworks for toffee. Have I mentioned how much I hate sitting in Saturday traffic? Especially when it's unneeded. Also, approximately 20% of all drivers on the A12? You're idiots. There's no need for rolling traffic jams. There's nothing there. Literally, it's the A12. Right. Now that that's all done for, as I say, if I do end up looking like I'm drifting off, that is because I am pretty tired. But, you know, I have the goblet of iron brew with me, so I shall be relying pretty much on its ferric glucose content to keep me going. Now, let's get on with the questions. Now, obviously, as we normally do at the end of the month or at the beginning of a month, depending on where the Friday or Saturday falls, this is the live part of the Drydock episode, 157 in this case. So we'll be first going over the Patreon alt history, etc. questions, and then taking questions from the chat. So if you do have questions of whatever description in the chat, it will take me a little while to get to them, although I will try and get to them as best as possible. Right, so with that said, if I minimise that, I put that over there, and put that over there, then I can actually see the questions without having to click and alt between tabs. Right, so Daniel Silverthorne's question opens us with, had the treaty system not broken down in the mid-1930s, had the Germans and Japanese not been so eager to go to war, how might Germany building the Z plan have affected the treaty system? Would other powers have continued to ignore them, included them in the next round of treaties, or taken hostile actions with the Germans over their attempts to threaten the global naval balance? How might this have all worked out in the end? Well, the Germans were outside the treaty system. They had the Anglo-German Naval Agreement, which gave them 35% the tonnage of the Royal Navy, which, you know, some countries within the treaty system, and somewhat rightfully, like France, were not particularly happy with at the time. So it depends when they were planning another naval treaty. If the Second London Naval Treaty had actually held and the signatories were actually holding to it, well, that would have affected the design of a number of things, because if Germany's not so eager for war, by building a 15-inch gunship like the Bismarcks so late into the 1930s, i.e. post-Second London Treaty, that in and of itself would have caused a crisis and the escalator clause to be invoked most likely in the treaty. Whereas if they downrated the Bismarck slightly and stuck 14-inch guns on them, then everyone probably would have made some kind of motion towards including them in the whatever the next round of treaties were. Although, as I say, the French would probably not be very happy at all and would be either pushing for a higher portion of shipping to be allocated to them, or for the German allocation of shipping to be reduced from what the Anglo-German Naval Treaty said. With all that said, you know, if they this is assuming that Germany modifies its building plans to accommodate the treaties. If they try and build the actual Z plan, so 16-inch gun battleships and hilariously overgrown destroyers and everything, then everyone's just going to throw their hands in the air and go, no, escalator clause. At that point, both France and Great Britain would be doing so, and there's not really a lot else anyone can do at that point. Admiralty of Floof. In Patrick O'Brien's The Fortune of War, the Aubrey series, there's a mention of propulsion. There's a mention of a proposal for water jet propulsion by Mr. Franklin. Is there anything to it? Was it tested, or any vessels in service successfully driven by water jet in the time period the channel covers? Define successful. There were some water jet style propulsion boats that were trialled in the interwar period. They didn't really get anywhere at the time because it was a novel and different way of propelling vessels, and at the time the efficiency and power output didn't really offer much of anything advantage wise compared to the traditional engine systems. So it took a while for water jets to take off, and that really is after the point that the channel is covering. But in terms of the Aubrey series, which is much earlier, obviously Napoleonic era, Age of Sail, well, it's surprising to know that water jet propulsion, loosely defined, actually goes back a long way, all the way back to the 1600s, when people were talking about using bellows to, as in the things you use to keep forge fires going and the like, to pump water to propel a ship, and it was mainly viewed as a way of getting a ship to move against the wind and the waves and the tide, which of course was what was guiding most ships in those days. So writing it into the Aubrey series, it's perfectly plausible. It's not inconceivable that somebody in the late 1700s, early 1800s is still messing around off and on with it, because it did happen, as opposed to anything actually being tested and successfully driven. Again, tested maybe. Someone might have set up a rig to just see if it'll work, but in terms of successful water jet propulsion in the late 1800s, or late 1700s, early 1800s, no. That's not really going to happen. Water jet propulsion, to get that to work in any successful way on any large scale, needs an independent power source. Chazix asks, in March 1943, Hitler is assassinated, and Germany, under Canaris leadership, and Italy managed to get a peace with Britain and the USA by July 1943. How does this impact the war in the Pacific? Quite significantly, on two counts. Well, one, if you've got a peace with Britain and the USA between Germany and Italy, that technically that implies they haven't got a peace with Russia, which means Stalin is going to be very angry, but also the Eastern Front grinds on. But if we just take it as read, it's, I guess, the spirit and intention of the question, i.e. Britain and the US are no longer confined to having to deal with the European theatre as of March 43, well, that means a lot of the amphibious units that were sent over to deal with these things like the invasion of Italy and then obviously D-Day, all of those units, preparations, special amphibious tanks, landing craft, etc., all of those can now go over to the Pacific, and of course the British Pacific Fleet, or Eastern Fleet as it's going to be called at that point, will be able to head over much earlier. The Americans have a number of ships of all kinds, not just landing craft. You've got, okay, a Ranger probably still is going to be in second line roles, but there are battleships that are sent over, and heavy cruisers, light cruiser destroyers that are all sent over to the European theatre. All of those are going to head over. All the anti-submarine warfare escorts that are on the convoy duty in the North Atlantic are going to head over, so it's a bad time to be a Japanese submariner. In terms of, impacts with war with the Pacific, Japan is in a rather bit of trouble, as we would say in the UK. About the main negative outcome of this actually is that if the Allied war effort can really go 100% laser focus against Japan in July 43, it's possible that the Allied war effort reaches the Japanese coast significantly before the atomic bombs are ready, which in turn could mean some rather dire things for all involved when it comes to Operation Downfall, because it might actually get launched. The war in Japan will probably still be brought to an end by nukes because of the horrific amount of casualties that would be involved, but you would still be looking at a lot of losses on both sides in that kind of invasion. John Rodriguez pointing out the Royal Navy will still have fleet train issues. Yes, that's always going to be a thing, but it will be resolved sooner, and they can resolve it sooner, because you've got to remember that much as the Italian naval threat pretty much didn't exist in late 44, and the German naval threat practically didn't exist in April 44, there was still an awful lot of Royal Navy presence in the European theatre in late 1944. So the Eastern Fleet, British Pacific Fleet, is trying to figure out its logistic and supply issues whilst having a good chunk of its potential membership all the way back in the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, the North Sea. So having it present a year and a half earlier and in greater numbers mean they've got much greater chance to resolve all these issues before they roll in on an advance. Yo Beef Jerky asks, what if Britain went ahead and completed the remaining 3 Admiral-class battlecruisers alongside Hood? Assuming that modifications worked into Hood are accounted for in the latter 3 ships, yeah, they pretty much would have been. The Admirals, if completed, would have been more either a subclass or subclass of Hood, so you would have had Hood and then these 3 related half-sisters, or possibly even further derived. Anyway, how would they have altered the Washington Naval Treaty with their presence and then later on in World War II? It depends what the British are giving up to keep them, because Hood and, well, they generically call them the Admirals. Remember that the tonnage limits are based on hard numbers, not of hard numbers of tons, not hard numbers of ships. So with the limit set to 35,000 tons, it's possible with 4 sort of mid 40,000 of tons ships. The rest of the signatories might not be quite so happy with just drawing a line saying, yeah, sure, 35,000 ton ships, and we're ignoring Hood horribly breaking that limit, which they did historically. They may well press for at least a couple of their ships of a similar weight class to be constructed. So you might see the US saying, okay, we want to have Lexington and Saratoga, and then maybe Constellation and United States become the carriers. The Japanese will probably want Amagi and Akagi, although obviously they'll lose Amagi to an earthquake anyway, but the Japanese will probably press to have 2 of the Amagi class as battle cruisers completed at least, and then possibly convert other hulls to carriers and so on and so forth. Or alternatively, they might press the British and say, actually, well, we might let you have 1 or 2, and not raise too much fuss about that, but another 2 you've got to turn into carriers or something like that, so you get the equivalent of what would have been preferred, Amagi and Akagi, but again, Akagi and Kaga, Lexington and Saratoga, and then probably Hood, because she's the earliest, and one of the other admirals converted into carriers, and maybe they would let a couple of admirals slide in those circumstances. But as I say, it also depends on what the British are prepared to give up in exchange in terms of their own tonnage, because effectively, to keep each of the additional admirals, you're going to have to be trading in 2 other ships. So you'd be looking at maybe trading out the entire King George V class immediately. It will be much harder to justify asking for 16-inch ships, but if they somehow manage to negotiate through also having a couple of 16-inch ships, i.e. the Nelsons, then it's going to be ditching the Iron Dukes and probably Tiger pretty much ASAP in the mid-1920s, which in some ways actually probably does the British some favours, because it means they're going through the pretty much the entire interwar period with just a 15-inch gun fleet. Well, and possibly the Nelson and Rodney. And they have a significant fast wing of the battle line if they've got 4 admirals and plus Renown and Repulse. But being able to keep all 4 and get Nelson and Rodney is very much a kind of, if everything rolls natural 6s for the British, that's probably not going to happen. I suspect either forced conversions of 2 of them, or they just don't get Rodney and Nelson will probably be the outcomes. In terms of what would happen later on in World War II, depends which route they follow. Weirdly enough, with sort of if you put your long range hindsight goggles on, probably the best outcome for the British would have been forcing Hood, having to had Hood and one of her sisters converted into carriers in order to get Nelson and Rodney in, because that would give them 1 additional Admiral class, which is good. They're fast, fairly capable ships. And it would have given them 2 very large, very probably Lexington scale carriers, which also would have been quite nice. Ed Schaller asks, you may have answered this before, how would the Battle of Samar have been different if the US forces were actually what the Japanese thought they were, e.g. Johnston's actually a cruiser and the escort carriers are actually full-size carriers? Weirdly enough, it actually would have ended worse for the Americans, because, and yeah, I have covered this before, I think, but the short version is, one of the reasons that Taffy 3 has this hilariously long endurance during the battle is because they're overestimated in terms of size. The Japanese spend a good deal of the time firing armor-piercing shells at them, which mostly tend to just go straight through the ships and poke holes in them rather than blowing massive holes in them, which would sink them a lot quicker. The few parts later in the battle where some Japanese ships start to realise this and start throwing out high explosive instead of armour-piercing, you see what are, okay, at that point, admittedly still, at that point, very heavily damaged ships, but they go down pretty fast. So if Johnston and Howell, etc., are all actually cruisers, yes, they have more firepower, but the AP shells the Japanese are going to be flinging at them and at the carriers are going to be a lot more effective. So probably actually end up losing those ships sooner rather than later, with the sole caveat that if the obviously the carriers are now being Essexes are now a lot faster, so they will probably be able to draw clear before taking too many hits, and of course will be able to dispatch much greater numbers of aircraft much quicker than happened historically. It's just a matter of basically, would the theoretical bunch of Essexes, would they catch a couple of crippling heavy AP hits before they manage to get out of range? And of course, larger ships, greater casualty counts as each one goes down. Sorry, just copying across a couple of those. Brett McDowell asks, if the Germans take Malta by airborne assault early in the war like they did to Crete, are the British able to hold off Rommel, or with much better secured supply lines do the Germans take the Suez? What other fallout would there be from losing Malta? If the Germans manage to take Malta by airborne assault, I think the Fallschirmjäger will pretty much cease to exist. There will not be a single Fallschirmjäger in all of the Third Reich who doesn't have 2 broken ankles and 6 broken knees. Malta is hilariously unforgiving terrain for that kind of thing. That's before you account for the anti-aircraft guns and so forth. But assuming that they somehow do manage to do so, it's going to help Rommel and the Italians, because obviously they have a more, as you say, a more secure supply line, and it's going to hinder things for the British because they can't pass ships through the Mediterranean easily, if at all. They're going to have to go the long way round. On the other hand, if they lose Malta early on, then they also probably don't end up losing so many ships trying to do supply runs to Malta, so that may have something of a balancing effect on things. But in terms of whether or not Rommel gets to make his way all the way to Cairo and Alexandria? Probably not, because although, losing supplies to Allied ambushes on the way to and from Italy to North Africa was a major problem, the much, much bigger problem for the Desert War was what to do with those supplies once they arrive. There were a lot of ports that just weren't large enough to accommodate the amounts of supplies that were arriving, the ones that had survived. And once they had got them, the tyranny of the Desert War, for a lot of it, was basically one side would advance until it overextended its logistics lines, and then the other side, which was now really close to its logistics ports, would build up and push back, and it went back and forth for a bit. So having Malta to hand doesn't actually solve any of those problems. It just means there's an even bigger backlog of supplies further back along Axis supply routes, which, that doesn't help Rommel on the front line at all. So yeah, I don't think Suez is falling just with that happening. There may be second order effects that might change things further still, but that goes a little bit beyond the scope of where you can reasonably predict. John asks, a day before the Battle of Trafalgar, Nelson's fleet has vanished, and in its place is a single British warship from any point in history. What is the least powerful warship which could fight the battle by itself, resulting in an equivalent outcome to the historical outcome? It depends on what you mean by least powerful. Least powerful by at the time that warship is built, or least powerful in absolute terms? Because if you want to look in absolute terms, i.e. the progress of technology through history, then probably the least powerful warship would probably be one of the smaller ironclads that was built in the early 1860s, something like HMS Defence. One of those wonderful attempts by the British Treasury to go, yes, we have something excellent, world-class and world-beating, i.e. HMS Warrior. Now let's make it actively worse by trying to make it smaller and cheaper. But it's still an ironclad. Basically, the ironclad is kind of where you draw the line time-wise, because before that, yes, you've got HMS Windsor Castle, HMS Duke of Wellington, these are 140, 150 gunner ships of the line. They're much bigger, they're much more strongly built, they're much more heavily armed. They are still wooden warships, and in the close melee, they are still going to have a lot of problems just through sheer weight of fire. Whereas once you get to a citadeled 4.5-inch thick armoured ironclad, its main limitation is potentially being boarded if the engine stopped working. So, yeah, at that point, HMS Defence or a variant thereof would be the least powerful timeline-wise. Whereas if you want to go by sort of smallest, least capable ship by the standards of its period, then probably an interwar fleet destroyer. And the only reason I don't say something sooner than that is ammunition concerns. You basically, if you're not going to have the armour to be completely invulnerable, you want to have the speed to stay away from them, and the fire control equipment and the ammunition reserves to shell everything beyond their maximum range, the maximum range of your opponents, which basically means an interwar destroyer, or possibly something like one of the Arethusa class, World War I Arethusa class cruisers. John Erickson built a hat. Asks, looking at aerial photos of World War II ships, you usually see wooden or planked decks. Looking at aerial photos of Cold War ships, you see green decks for Great Britain, red decks on the Soviets, grey decks for the US. And I think you said that at least for the Great Britain and the US, they're metal decks. Mostly, yes. I'm wondering, when were these new types of decks introduced? Were they for Korea or Suez, or maybe not until Vietnam? Which nation led this development? Who was the first to introduce them? And what are the main benefits? Would there have been a waste during World War II? This is Cold War, so it's not my area of expertise, but from what I recall from the last time I answered that question, it's a mixture of grip and insulation. So with the advent of paint that provides you with better grip, so you don't get washed overboard or thrown overboard the minute the ship pitches and rolls, that reduces the need for wooden decking on the one hand, and the other thing I said is insulation. A wooden deck over a metal deck, which is what you'd have anyway, would, in World War II or earlier, it provides a degree of shielding against hot sunshine if you're near the tropics, and it provides a degree of insulation against heat escaping if you are in colder waters. So the deployment and development of more insulation on ships, I guess, would be the other thing. But from what I recall from the 50s and 60s, it's a case of it's a gradual change. There are still ships, obviously older ships in the Cold War period, that still have wooden decks. There are some ships that are still introduced with at least partial wooden decking, but it's kind of gradually fading out. That one is the one I've just answered. Matt the Greek asks, after liberating Saint-Pierre et Miquelon, the Surcouf never disappears and reaches the Pacific Theatre early in 1942 as originally planned. How is such unique craft employed, and what impact can she still have in this theatre? Copy that question over. Well, she's going to be a submarine in the Pacific Theatre in early 42 that actually has some working torpedoes, which is going to do us a fair bit of good. I wouldn't want to try and use her in her cruiser role with using her 8-inch guns. Yeah, not against the Japanese. That's probably one area of quote-unquote anti-submarine warfare where they would actually excel. And her sheer size, and range works for her in a way, because the Pacific's a very big theatre. On the other hand, it means she's going to be much slower reacting to dive. So I think she'd probably do fairly well, especially against some of the early Japanese invasion convoys. If they can set her up to intercept them or to be in that vicinity, then she can probably sail in, do a fair bit of damage, and then sail away again. Obviously, it's luck of the draw. Some subs are sunk. She may still be sunk by the Japanese, but she's probably going to have a level of success more on a par with some of the Dutch submarines than some of the other Allied submarines. Then, as she obviously falls back with the rest of the Allies as the Japanese advance, the main question is probably going to be, can she be kept operational? Because she is pretty much a unique one-off, and there won't be much support infrastructure to keep her going. I mean, if you look at the kind of specialist level of effort that had to be gone to get Richelieu back into service, okay, Surcouf is smaller, but her machinery, her torpedoes, etc., you're either going to have to end up converting them to British or American standards in an overhaul, or you're going to have to go somehow persuade everybody to start manufacturing bespoke spares, which is very unlikely in 1942. So probably by the end of 42, she'll either go for a relatively extensive several-month overhaul and come out refitted with, as I say, either British or American, probably American at that point, torpedo tubes and torpedoes, which is going to be a bit of a problem for them, and engines, or she's going to be taken out of service, possibly brought back into service right at the end of the war. Doctor Irrelevant, if the Queen Elizabeths had been built with small tube boilers and were capable of 28 knots, how would that affect their careers in World War I, the interwar period, World War II and beyond? Beyond, it's not going to do them that much good. Because, you know, the British didn't even keep all of the King George V's in service after World War II, and regardless of anything else, the King George V's were more capable battleships than the Queen Elizabeth's would have been. For World War One, it's going to make things much more interesting, because at that point you've got battleships, you've got effectively some of the world's most heavily protected vessels armed with the heaviest guns yet deployed. By the way, we're talking about the early part of World War One, and they're faster than the majority of battlecruisers currently around, which is going to make not including them in the battlecruiser fleet a very, very, very difficult thing to argue. Especially because at that point you could compare and contrast it with the Invincibles and Indefatigables and say, look, the Queen Elizabeths belong in the battlecruiser fleet a lot more than these things do. Which paradoxically might end up saving some of them, because if the battlecruiser fleet is then made up of Lion, Princess Royal, Queen Mary, Tiger, and the 5 QEs, so you've still got 9 ships, that's a significantly faster and significantly more powerful force than the historic battlecruiser fleet. And then the Invincibles and Indefatigables either remain on station elsewhere. So, for example, Australia and New Zealand stay in the Pacific. The others maybe stay on foreign stations or go and try and help with Gallipoli landings. Or potentially, if they are still brought back in, and obviously the Grand Fleet has slightly fewer battleships at that point, they may be made into the first cruiser squadron or first and second cruiser squadron instead of the armoured cruisers. So Admiral Arbuthnot might end up leading Invincibles into a death ride instead of defence, etc. So yeah, that would probably be the single biggest change of their careers in World War One. The interwar period. Now that is a very interesting thing, because the interwar period, it now means that instead of the Royal Navy having a conventional battleship line that's a bit faster than the American, approximately the same speed as the Japanese, and then these 3 battlecruisers, 4 as long as Tiger's around, that are a bit faster than everybody else's. Sorry, I thought I'd put my phone on silent. Okay, now it is on silent. Yeah, instead of that, you now have the British having 8, as long as Tiger's around 9, fast capital ships, much faster than anybody else's. That poses a significant problem for the Japanese and Americans. Indeed, it's probably going to affect the design of other capital ships at that period, because the Nagatos are still to come. Probably the Iseis is too locked in at that point, but the Nagatos, the Japanese will be looking to try and match the British. The Americans certainly aren't going to ignore that, and the Americans actually probably have the biggest opportunity to take advantage of that, because of course they continue battleship building in a fairly major way during the 1910s, although it would mean having to abandon the standard type arrangements, obviously where they're all the same speed at 21 knots. The British going back to the Revengers at 23 knots might assuage them somewhat, assuming that they do. It's entirely possible that if the Queen Elizabeths work at 28 knots with small tube boilers, the British might then go with small tube boilers on the Revengers, and okay, they're not going to be as fast as the 28 knotters, but the Revengers managed to get 23 knots with their existing boiler infrastructure, so they might get 24, 25 knots running on oil with those kind of boilers, which all of that, it poses something of a very difficult question for everybody else when the British battle line is so much quicker than theirs. And it also kind of sets the standard of what is a fast battleship for the treaty system. So it would give the British something of an advantage going into World War II, because they're just going to have a much larger portion of their fleet be faster. At the same time, it's going to mean that there may be some temptation, rather than having King George V's around, there may be some temptation to send new ships like King George V or Prince of Wales off to do things like fight in the Mediterranean, when good enough 28 knot ships might be kept around to deal with things like Bismarck, which, could be interesting. One of the problems with these kinds of alternate histories is that the further and further out you go, the more and more difficult it is to figure out what's going on. Sorry, I've just realised my screen is about to go off. I'm going to try and solve that quickly. Right, so screen may or may not go off, but we'll see what's going on. I may have to go and turn it back on again. Anyway, while the screen's still working, Odd Engineering Questions asks, assuming for a moment that you have a very large pool of mercury and you put an Iowa-class battleship into it, what will happen? As the density of mercury is higher than water, it'll still be able to float, but will it ride so high in the liquid that it's hilariously unstable and will just roll over? Yes, that's basically what will happen. It will roll over, it will start to fill with mercury, it will settle in the mercury, but then, yeah, the density of mercury is actually higher than steel, so it won't completely disappear, but you'll end up with a either upside down or on its side Iowa, because it's effectively going to be balancing on tiptoes, partially submerged in a large pool of mercury, which is going to be difficult to explain. Mark Bass, this is Patreon questions at the moment. Duke of Petchington asks, if some slight delays were made in the Queen Elizabeth class major refits and possibly any twin 15-inch mount equipped warships of the Royal Navy, could they be fitted with modern King George V turret style 15-inch twin mounts, and would this possibly keep development of the breech loading 15-inch 45 Mark IIs going for both King George V's and ships with modern twin gun mountings, and what other advantages would these new main turrets give the older vessels? Slight delays probably actually makes it far less likely, because the modernizations, Renown, Queen Elizabeth, Valiant, Warspite, etc., are taking place in the latter part of the 1930s, whereas the King George V 15-inch Mark 45 caliber version, Mark II versions, they were considered very, very early on, before the Second London Naval Treaty was beginning to be drafted in the early 1930s. So if it's delayed, well, then those refitted ships aren't going to get into the war as quickly anyway, and it actually puts more space between them. If anything, you actually want to accelerate the Queen Elizabeth's major refits, because that brings it in closer proximity, which, you know, if they know they're planning to refit the Queen Elizabeths and the other 15-inch armed ships, then they might begin to see a connection between that and possibly putting the 1545s in. As far as new turrets, it's not going to give them that much more of an advantage, because without replacing the entire shell hoist magazine handling system, effectively everything inside the barbette tube, that's not going to change much unless unless all of that gets fixed, if it even needs fixing. But in the main thing is elevation, and you could modify, and indeed they did modify, the turrets that went in for extra elevation up to 30 degrees, so that could be done with the existing turrets anyway. So hang on a sec, I'm going to have to try and deal with this because the screen is about to go off any moment now. 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Yeah, I switched off the sound there temporarily so that I could ask Mrs. Drack to switch the screen back on, which she has now done. So, yeah, the screen went off for a moment, which, is a bit of a problem when I'm trying to read questions from the screen. Right, so let's keep going again. So where were we? That was Duke of Petchington's question. Then we have Zoo SKP with a fairly lengthy question. The Fermilab, the US Department of Energy's particle accelerator lab outside Chicago, includes parts, mainly armor, of a number of US warships, including at least armor from USS Antietam, USS Bunker Hill, Lake Champlain, Philippine Sea, Princeton, Baltimore, Fall River, Macon, Worcester, and Roanoke, and possibly potentially more. How would you go about working out a complete list, and what can be of ships who have donated armor to this facility, and what can be said about the naval service history of Fermilab as a whole? Are there any other examples of ship armor and other parts being reused for big science, meaning expensive government-sponsored labs? So, when it comes to Fermilab, according to their own website, they basically use big slabs of ship's armor as effectively insulation or control for particle accelerators, because they need something that will block out large amounts of emissions and so forth, and a big slab of metal will do that. And the armor plate for US warships obviously has the other advantage of it's pre-atomic age steel, so it's not got a higher background level radiation count in and of itself as well. So the problem they have otherwise is, where do you get large amounts of relatively radiation neutral dense material to act as particle blockers? You basically can't get that outside of old battleship armor, and so they have a deal with the US Navy, which effectively amounts to, we can have all of your old warship armor plate, please, thank you very much. In terms of working out a complete list of ships that Fermilab has taken armor from, I think probably they're the only ones who are going to know, without doing sort of FOI requests to the US government as to exactly what happened with the armor recovered from the scrapping of every single ship since just after World War II. It's probably better just to write to Fermilab and say, well, you know where the armor's come from, can you please tell us? In terms of other examples of ship armor and other parts being reused for scientific purposes, again, post-World War II period, not my area of expertise. I don't personally know of other such uses, although I would suspect that for things like radiation use and for uses that involve radiation, like particle accelerators and radiation research, then I suspect other nations may well have reused parts of ships, especially armor, for those purposes. Circulation systems probably got reused in bunkers and such. Like, the single biggest use of ex-World War II ship armor plate outside of these kinds of government science uses that I'm aware of is either being turned into Geiger counters, because again, low background steel, or being used as backstops on rifle ranges, because, if you take a 4, 5, 6-inch plate off of a cruiser, or something even bigger off a battleship, there's precious little in terms of handheld weaponry you're going to be using at a rifle range that's ever going to dent it. So, yeah, those are the things that I know of. Andrew Waite says, El Alamein is only about 80 road miles from the British Mediterranean Fleet's base at Alexandria. So what would the Royal Navy have done if the 8th Army had lost the First Battle of El Alamein and Rommel subsequently captured the Nile Delta? Would the fleet have had time to escape through the Suez Canal, attempt to dash to Gibraltar, or would it be trapped in the Eastern Mediterranean? naval gunfire support was credited with breaking up panzer formations during the Battle of Normandy. Were there attempts to use battleship guns to destroy land-based targets during either of the battles of El Alamein? I don't know about El Alamein in particular, but there was certainly a fair amount of shore bombardment going on up and down the North African coast during the Desert Campaign. One of the two Erebus class monitors, I think Terror was the one. I could be wrong. Could be the other one. But anyway, was quite occupied in that, shot out her guns, and would eventually be sunk by German and Italian dive bombers in the process of going on one of those missions. So, there certainly was naval gunfire support going on. If the Germans had won El Alamein and were continuing to push forward, well, there aren't any natural defence positions, as far as I'm aware, between there and the Nile Delta. There would have still been a couple of last defence lines. So, 80 road miles, that's still a long way to go when you're at the end of your logistics tether in the desert. It's not a case of, well, the Germans are going to be here in 24 hours. There would have been time to at least get the ships out. They probably would have gone via the Suez Canal the long way around Africa, because if Rommel had that level of success where he was expecting to walk into Alexandria within the next couple of weeks, he would have made sure the Italians knew, and the Italians would have made sure to have the fleet at sea. So running a fleet headlong, presumably loaded up with personnel and supplies, into a pitched sea battle is not something the British would have wanted to do. So, yeah, probably escape via the Suez Canal. But there may have been some naval gunfire support still involved if there had been a kind of a last-ditch battle in the Delta or an attack on Cairo. There may well have been some ships. Well, actually, the Suez Canal is far too far away for Cairo, but there may have been some ships left behind at Alexandria for an absolute last-minute sort of covering fire role, and then skedaddled off to the Suez Canal, because the Suez Canal is significantly further east still. So just because the Germans have taken Alexandria and Cairo and the Nile, they've still got a fair way to go before they can physically get to Suez. What's that? Right. Kazeshi. If the Japanese Navy in World War II decided to fully commit to any of their large actions instead of trying to be sneaky, what effect would that have had on the war? And yes, I get the US could eventually outbuild them and nuke their way to victory. Would the US try to avoid battles and just focus on attacking Japanese commerce and logistics, or would they fight pitched battles like Midway or Leyte Gulf on steroids? For example, instead of maybe launching a third strike on Pearl Harbor, they commit to launching everything until they run out of aircraft and follow up with a massive shore bombardment, or they take 8 carriers to Coral Sea or Midway, etc. It's a mixture of things. I mean, if they committed to throwing aircraft at Pearl Harbor till they ran out of aircraft, that actually probably goes a lot better for the Allies, because there's not a tremendous amount left at Pearl Harbor to blow up that hadn't already been blown up in terms of major capital ships. The ones that were trapped inside on Battleship Row would still have been trapped inside, but the hulks of things like Oklahoma physically would have just been absorbing the torpedo impacts. And California did sink. It doesn't get much more sunk than sunk. Nevada is still sunk. They might have been more damaged. Maybe some of the lighter ships would have been more heavily hit, cruisers and such. But by that point, anti-aircraft defences would have been alerted, fighters would have been up and around, probably even Enterprise might have sent some of its fighters in to try and give a hand. So you would have had a very, very quick grinding down of the Japanese elite pilot corps if they just kept throwing aircraft at Pearl Harbor after the second wave. So that actually ends the war quicker for the Allies. If they take everything they possibly can with them to something like Coral Sea or Midway, then obviously the US carriers are horrifically outnumbered, and probably, I mean, you look, Coral Sea ended up with Lexington sunk and Yorktown badly damaged. If the Japanese have even more carriers there, then you probably end up losing both ships, and probably there'll be enough zeros around that even the limited amount of damage that the US manages to do will not happen, which means the Japanese will probably overall continue with their push. Likewise, at Midway it's somewhat different. I mean, the thing is, if that's what happens at Coral Sea, then at Midway you physically can't have Yorktown, which means it's now another 2 carriers going up against a larger number of Japanese carriers. So I think if the Japanese had gone full force, I don't think the US would have tried to intercept them at Coral Sea. I don't think the US would have been in the business of trying to fight the entire Kido Butai with 2 carriers at Coral Sea. But the flip side to that is that when the Japanese deploy it to Midway, they would have an undamaged Yorktown and Lexington. So if they've now got Lexington and all 3 Yorktowns, either you have 4 carriers versus the Japanese obviously also having a few more undamaged carriers and carriers available, like Suikaku, the US might well commit to that, which actually might make Midway much more of an all-or-nothing and more of a decisive battle than both sides necessarily realise, because if Midway goes the way it did historically, only on a much larger scale, well, losses for the US probably amount to the same as the historic Coral Sea Midway losses combined, which, that doesn't affect the US position all that much, but it really cripples the Japanese for Guadalcanal and further on. Conversely, if the sheer number of Japanese aircraft and the sheer number of Japanese carriers means that they're still able to get substantial forces off after the Americans, then potentially you could lose everything at Midway if you're the US Navy. So again, sort of butterfly effects one way or the other. Taratata asks, in 1935, the Japanese Admiralty is convinced that carrier strike forces will be a lethal weapon in the next war, and they want to improve their fleet defences. You're tasked with choosing any battleship hull available in the Japanese Navy, in construction, in refit, or in service, and redesigning it as a dedicated anti-aircraft battleship. Which hull would you use? What would the design look like? How many guns could you fit on it? If I'm given effectively an unlimited budget and all the hindsight available possible in the world, then if I can only go with one hull, the Congos are still useful as battleship carrier group escorts, so I don't want to lose one of those. With absolute hindsight, obviously you might pick something like a Congo or even one of the Yamatos, but we're talking about, let's say, reasonable levels of hindsight rather than absolute. I'd probably take one of the Fusos. They're the oldest and least useful of the battleships. So you take a Fuso, strip it all down completely, replace all its machinery, get it up to which might, if you give it an Italian Conte de Cavour style rebuild, you might get it up to a speed such that it can just about keep up with the rest of the Japanese carrier fleet. Bear in mind, the Japanese carrier fleet is limited by cargo. So, given that the Italians managed to get the Cavours up to 27 knots, you probably could get a Fuso up to that much with the same kind of modifications. And the fact it's going to be significantly lighter because you can remove armour belt, you can remove belt armour, you can remove the heavy main guns, etc. And then I'd, again, using as much hindsight as is reasonable, get all of that would probably mean that this program, by the time I've stripped the Fuso down, effectively rebuilt it, and got it back up to kind of main deck level, you're probably looking at the very late 1930s, almost into 1940, at which point I'd just nab as many of the 100mm guns from the Akazuki program as humanly possible and cover it in those. So probably 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 side by side double stacks going back up. So you could probably get at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You probably get at least 12 in 2 triple super firing stacks, 1 at each end. So 6 twins at each end. So that's 24 guns, and then stick them down the sides as well. You could probably fit something along the lines of maybe pushing 30 plus 100mm guns, and then, okay, for giving the rest of the crew something to do, stick some 25mm, because that's pretty much all you've got on as light AA. Would it be an efficient use of resources? No. It would be hilariously inefficient. Would it have changed the course of some World War II engagements? Yeah, probably. If you're throwing that many 100mm shells into the air with a battleship magazine's worth of capacity, you'll shoot down a fair amount of stuff. You'll probably also become priority target number 1 for every US submarine in the fleet once they have working torpedoes. But it would be efficient for as long as it lasts. Mr. V asks, you're commander-in-chief of a small island in the Pacific. You have the funds to acquire a navy to protect your island from a Japanese fleet. The only restrictions are you can only have 10 capital ships and 4 dozen other ships. Very rich island, apparently, made from solid gold. No ship could be made before the year 1930. Ships can be copy of any ship made up to 1930. Okay. From any nation other than obviously Japan. What kind of fleet do you acquire to give your island the best chance of survival? That's a self-contradictory question. If no ship can be made before 1930, but they could... Oh, unless you mean this is 1930. So I can't build anything until 1930, but obviously I can draw on designs up until that point. So I've got everything that was historically built up till 1930. And I can have 10 capital ships and 4 other ships. Well, that's a bit of a quandary, because all the dedicated fast carriers are built after 1930. So all I've got are conversions that I could draw on for carriers, unless I wanted to do something like Hermes, which, no, thanks. Capital ships. I want something relatively quick. Relatively powerful. I can't take Nagato because she's Japanese. None of the American ships are... battleships are fast enough. Definitely don't want anything French. They're in the same boat. That basically means I'd have to go... Yeah, at that point for battleships, you're pretty much forced into a box of having to go with something British at that point, whether that be Queen Elizabeths and refit them to small tube boilers to go faster, or just copies of Nelson's, because that's basically about all you're going to be able to do as the best thing. Yeah, I don't know how you copy a conversion. But I suppose if you're going to copy a conversion carrier, then go for Lexingtons. And maybe do 6 battleships, 4 carriers. Cruiser-wise, pick any of the decent heavy cruiser designs of the... Which, actually, there's not that many decent heavy cruiser designs, actually, in the 1920s, to be perfectly honest. You've got fitted 4-knot with armour counties and armour... What's armour again? Pensacola's and things like that. Maybe in Northampton and Indianapolis. Might just about get in there. Yeah, that's actually a bit of a problem. That wouldn't be fun. But yeah, I'd say probably 6 battleships, probably Nelsons. If I can get carriers, 4 carriers, probably Lexingtons. Cruisers, throw your hands in the air, grab in Indianapolis, Northampton County, something like that. Probably a dozen of those. A screen of light cruisers. Again, not that many decent treaty light cruisers built in the 1930s. Yeah, no, sorry, in the 1920s, because this is 1930 we're talking about. So 1920s, there really isn't all that much at that point to go with. That is actually quite bad. No. Have I stopped? What's going on? Why has this come up? I don't want this going. Did everything stop for everyone for some second? I don't know. Okay, maybe it's just me. Okay, maybe it's just you. Anyway. So yeah, destroyers again. 1920s destroyers. Not a lot to pick from at that point. Maybe some of the French fast ones for fun. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that you might think, oh, I'll obviously take that. Atlantas, Brooklyns, Towns, Bensons, that kind of stuff. It's all 1930s stuff. Yeah, everything else is 1930s. There's very, very little action that you'd actually want with foresight that's available in the 20s. Right, okay, so I'm just going to close down a couple of programs just in case that was any of those that caused the temporary glitch. There we go. Right. Michael Laneza asks, alternate history in computer games, what about doing a Let's Play of Rule the Waves 2? I don't particularly want to be doing Let's Plays of computer games on the channel because I am trying to do naval history and keep it to that, apart from, you know, the Fun Fridays are the Fun Friday thing. So at the moment, yeah, that's mostly Dystopian Wars. Once I've got them painted up, they'll be looking at some Warlord game ships as well, for model ships, and the occasional other Fun Friday stuff, maybe like how I make a video, a tour of the library or something like that. That kind of stuff might go relatively well for the Fun Fridays, but that's still, yeah, I definitely don't want to become in any way, shape or form a gaming channel. And the things with Rule the Waves 2, it's a very nice game, it's an excellent game, but one, a Let's Play of that would take a very long time, or I'd just be speed blitzing through a lot of stuff. And two, I really enjoy it, but then I'm the kind of person who'll sit there for half an hour very, very, very fine-tuning and fine-balancing the design of a ship, which might be fun for me, but probably isn't that fun to watch for half an hour or so, and then watch me charge around in various battles. So, yeah, I don't think a Let's Play of Rule the Waves 2 is probably on the cards, or a Let's Play of any computer game is on the cards for the channel. However, you know, you might get sick of me and my face on live streams, so, you know, maybe, depending on what people think, maybe I'd do some kind of background pre-recorded gameplay or something for something like, say, the, I don't know, the mid-month live streams or something like that. I mean, I've still got the Kobe Bricks Warspite to build, so that being built in time-lapse at some point will be a background to one of the live streams. Trigfer asks, if the equipment to lay smoke curtains from aircraft had not been eliminated from the carriers, how do you think this might have altered Taffy 3's survival rates against the primarily optically directed Japanese. Probably wouldn't have actually changed things all that much, because remember, Taffy 3's aircraft, and i.e. the ones that are getting airborne early enough for it to actually make much of a difference, were all loaded for anti-ground support missions. They weren't loaded for anti-ship, and the escort carriers weren't loaded with all that much anti-shipping equipment anyway, and smoke curtain deployment mechanisms are very much a carrier strike piece of equipment, i.e. something you find on a fleet carrier, not an escort carrier, which in turn means that even if they'd been retained in the fleet, it's very unlikely that there would have been any on an escort carrier, and it's even less likely that any of them would have been loaded or ready to load on any of the escort carriers on Taffy 3 until right towards the very end. And right towards the very end, you know, the ships that have been badly damaged and are going to sink have already been badly damaged and are going to sink. So I don't think it would have altered all that much, unless there was some absolute miracle of some kind of coincidence where maybe somebody found that laying a smoke curtain from an aircraft was really helpful to help troops advance, maybe by dropping it over a Japanese bunker so they couldn't see. In which case, you know, there might have been some aircraft loaded with them. In which case, yeah, you know, aircraft deployable smoke screens, that would help, because that means Taffy 3 can keep firing using radar and the Japanese can't see them. So Reginald Lee IV. So this is a scenario. Oh, okay. December 7th, 1941, just after dawn, roughly 100 miles off of Pearl Harbor, a pair of Curtiss F-9C Sparrowhawk scout planes spot a large flight of foreign-looking aircraft and report back to their base, the airship USS Macon. Radioing the sighting back to Pearl, it turns out the sighting is the first attack squadron of the Quai de Bretagne. Meanwhile, over the Atlantic, a squadron of Sparrowhawks from USS Akron begins strafing a surfaced U-boat before it can begin its attack run on an approaching convoy. Had they survived their early travails and their program been seen through to full fruition, with crews properly trained, technical issues solved, and overall program being taken seriously by the US Navy, how would rigid naval airships have affected the early war in their intended roles as long-range scouts? Right, so, a couple of things to bear in mind. If, you know, Akron and Macon had managed to avoid crashing, and Los Angeles was kept in service, you would also have had a number of even larger ships. The US plans for airships included significantly larger airships even than Akron and Macon, which were designed to carry bombers, small bombers, as well as fighters. So they would have been built as well. So you probably would have had 8 to a dozen large airships floating around, if somehow they have been kept around during this period for the 1940s, which presumably, but with the question, they have been done. At which point, I think I've covered this before in a Drydock a while ago, but they're not going to be of too much benefit in the Pacific, because you are going to end up with a lot of people flying around, literally, Japanese scout aircraft and the like, and that is going to cause, shall we say, some significant problems for the US airships, even with some kind of airship deployable fighter. So either they're not going to be used if they're sensible in that theatre, or they'll be used right up until one of them gets shot down. However, where they probably will have a very key role, and probably a fairly successful one, at least for the duration of the period, will be in the 1941-42 into early 43 operations over the Atlantic, basically closing the mid-Atlantic air gap, because they can stay on station for a very long time, they can act independently of the convoys. Akron and Macon can deploy fighters, which can probably at least still be equipped with small bombs and rockets, to spot and harass U-boats, maybe attack them, and certainly direct convoy escorts to go after them. And the larger bomber-carrying ones definitely can attack submarines. So I think at that point they would probably be put to use sitting over or near convoys. So you would have them set out probably after the convoy has sailed. So the convoy will be covered by land-based aircraft as far as it goes. And then maybe a few days after the convoy sets out, one of these big airships would set out, rendezvous with the convoy at about the time it reaches the edge of land-based aircraft coverage. And then the giant flying airship provides fighter scouting and possibly bomber attack coverage, effectively acting as a flying escort carrier for the convoy until it reaches the other side of Allied air cover, at which point the airship turns back, probably provides the same support heading back for a convoy heading back west, and then would head back in for repair and resupply itself. How long that would last, how long the airships would survive in the North Atlantic, who knows? I mean, they'd clearly be very blessed to have survived up till 1940, but that would probably be a fairly useful thing that they could do. And as Peter Underhill's actually pointed out in the chat as well, and Colin Williams, yeah, they would be big enough to stick early air-to-surface radar on as well once that's developed. So they'd be able to provide radar coverage in addition. You probably wouldn't want them mounting air-to-air radar because even a Condor would probably have a field day with one of those things. But, yeah. Graham R., do you think a classification realignment is necessary given the increasing size of warships? I'm noticing a trend where ships called destroyers but starting to reach beyond the size and capabilities of most Cold War cruisers. Same thing with frigates effectively becoming destroyers. So this is a modern era question, again, well past my area of where I would say I've got expertise, but at a very high level, yes, I think there does need to be some kind of realignment in terms of classes of warships, considering that literally everything bar one or two vessels are now called destroyers or frigates. But, you know, well, size, the displacement issue itself, I don't think is too much of a problem, even if it is a little bit absurd when to see a modern destroyer weighs more than a treaty heavy cruiser. Weight inflation has always been a thing, you know. A battleship in 1900 was 12 to 16,000 tons. A battleship in World War II was, at the start of World War II, was 35 to 40,000 tons, and by the end of World War II it had gone up to 50, 60 or even 70,000 tons. So that element's not so much a problem. It's more the problem that because everything is kind of, almost everything has grown out of the World War II era frigate and destroyer, you just have these two designations to cover a absolutely massive plethora of ships that really, in some cases, bear very little resemblance to each other and don't really deserve to have the same name designation, especially when you get weird stuff like, you know, some nations' frigates significantly outmassing and outgunning other nations' destroyers. Elliot W. James asks, H.W. Wilson wrote a slim volume on a hypothetical war between Britain and the Franco-Russian allies in the 1900s. How do you envision this war would develop? No real idea on land, to be honest. I mean, who's Britain going to ally with on the continent? Probably, weirdly enough, actually, the Germans. Given that this is 1900 before the big naval arms race kicks off. So, but fundamentally, you have the issue of that in some ways is very much a Napoleonic issue. Britain is separated from its enemies by the water. In this case, assuming that the Germans are staying out of it, they don't have any major need for a land campaign in Europe, so it's basically going to be a colonial campaign and a stop Britain from being invaded campaign, both of which are decided by sea power. And the Franco-Russian allies are fairly badly placed to exploit anything early on, because in 1900 there's the Channel Fleet and there's the Atlantic Fleet for the Royal Navy. They're two of the bigger and better equipped squadrons of the fleets of the Royal Navy. There's the Mediterranean Fleet as well, which is the other prestige position. And well, the Russians would have the, I get it right this time, the Baltic Fleet, and the French would have their Channel and Bay of Biscay units, which is not enough to challenge the Atlantic and Channel fleets, and everything else that the French have and the Russians have are either off in their colonies, in which case they have to deal with the larger numbers of British ships off in their colonies, or they're in the Black Sea and the Mediterranean portions, which then have to fight the Mediterranean fleet, and the British hold the Straits of Gibraltar and Suez. And that's it. And then you've got maybe the Pacific Squadron, the Russian Pacific Squadron, such as it is at that in 1900. So it is basically going to be a very bitty naval war. Lots of individual small engagements all over the place, but the British are strategically better positioned to exploit that, and they have more ships. So it's pretty much envisage the Napoleonic War era naval campaign, only a little bit faster because everybody's got coal and steam. And as Blogs points out, the Japanese will probably be going, oh, happy days. Russo-Japanese war kicking off slightly early, except the Russians are even more distracted and there's no second Pacific Squadron. Peter asks, if the designers of the Iowas, or for that matter Vanguard, had future knowledge of naval developments, how do you think they would or could have designed them differently to be best suited for post-World War II naval service? Depends how far ahead they're going to be looking in terms of future naval developments. Because if you're talking about future naval developments as in 1950s, 1960s, then instead of fitting them with lots of 40mm and then 5-inch or 5.25-inch, depending on the class, AA guns, they probably would have just gone for absolutely hilarious levels of single or twin 3-inch anti-aircraft mounts. Basically taking advantage of the future knowledge of the auto-loading 3-inch that both Britain and America would develop. So they'd end up looking midships a bit like Jean Bart looks in her latter stage configurations. Realistically, that's probably about as far as those kind of changes can go. Because, they can't not design these battleships with their main gun turret, without their main gun turrets. And they've already designed them with fairly substantial superstructure to hold radar and things like that. They can't really design them to counter anti-shipping missiles much further down the line. They can. The side armor gives them a certain degree of protection against some of the early anti-shipping missiles that just plow head on into your side, but not the later ones. So apart from maybe retaining, in Vanguard's case, or modifying in Iowa's case, the aircraft handling facilities to have them on, and basically to allow for helicopter operations off of the stern. Apart from that, and getting them pre-fitted for twin 3-inch, that's probably about it that they can do, or maybe twin 4.5-inch or something like that. And that might stand them in some good stead, because there were a number of missile systems, I believe, in the Cold War that were designed specifically to drop in to replace those kinds of systems, which would then, in theory, give you some ability to replace them later on with surface-to-air missiles if you wanted to. Walter Broad, USA, are going to automate bag powder guns. They were thinking about it for the Lions, but I don't think you would be able to do that. But not easily, at least, not in the time period they've got for development. But the auto-loading 3-inch, definitely, they would find that reasonable and could design for. Because at that point, really, it's more just about designing a large enough mounting space and the necessary handling arrangements. And then presumably put some kind of twin 3-inch in there already, or 4.5, which you can then just lift out and put in the automated ones afterwards. Dominic von Bismarck. Would it be possible for Iowa to tow an Age of Sail frigate without destroying it? Would it be easier for a surface missile submarine to tow said frigate instead, or would either of these cause irreversible damage to the frigate structure? I'd probably want to use the Iowa instead of the sub, because a submarine's surface hydrodynamics are awful. So that is going to cause a lot more problems. For an Iowa, yeah, sure, it can tow a frigate, just at slow speed with a very long line. You don't want it too close to the wake, because the wake from the propellers and everything will probably cause some problems for the frigate. But yeah, if you give it a reasonable length towing line, or you set the sail frigate's rudder so that it, instead of being towed right behind in the wake of the ship, it's being towed off to one side, and then yeah, head off at 10-12 knots. Not really much of a problem there. Fishers, fishing for freshly fished fresh fish. Why do you do this to me? Asks, I read in a book on early jet development that the Italian inventor Secondo Campini experimented with a boat powered by one of his jet engines for the Italian Navy. However, I've been unable to find anything about this boat on the internet apart from something about it. I think I've answered this in the recorded version of the Drydock. I'm pretty sure I have. So I'm going to leave that for the minute. If I haven't, if I didn't put that in the recorded version of the Drydock, then drop me a line and I'll get you the answer in next week's Drydock. But I'm 99% sure I have actually done that. Grey Ghost, you can send alternate history questions to my 5-minute guide email if you like. If they're very, very extensive, I can't guarantee I'll answer them. I do have limited amounts of time in the day, but Archangel M127 says, yes, I did in fact answer it. Okay, that's cool. I don't know why I've copied it into there then. Right, excellent. Well, now my mind is set at ease. Yes, Galdier, I know, it is quite funny. That's why I persist in continually trying to do it, but it is quite... At the same time, yes. It's Captain Landlocked asks... Okay, yeah, this is very out there. Let's say you found a way to telepathically command marine wildlife and could travel back in time to attack Age of Sail shipping. What animal would you recommend, and what is the largest ship you think they could take on? Would one large animal be better, or a swarm of smaller ones? Of course, strictly hypothetical. Bigger is better in that case, because, you know, no matter how many herring you throw against a sail ship, it's probably not going to do all that much. Maybe flying fish could do it by sheer weight of numbers, weigh a ship down or something like that. But if you'd found a way to telepathically command marine wildlife, travel back in time to attack Age of Sail shippings... See, the problem is anything I do is just going to increase the hunting and predation of those particular species, which is going to make them endangered, which is a problem, because I rather like marine wildlife. If there was any one thing that I would probably do at that point, either teach large whales exactly how much of a threat whaling ships are, and to just go recognize them, go deep, and then come up right underneath the small boats that they used early on in whaling and smash them to pieces. Or potentially on a similar line, maybe teach pods of killer whales, orcas, the same thing. Because I suspect that once word gets around that, you know, every single time a whaling ship puts out boats to go and try and hunt down a whale, a school of incredibly intelligent orcas show up and immediately tip the boat over, devour the crew, and swim off again. As well as obviously then knowing that these ships mean danger, so don't hang around them if they approach at other times. They'll probably actually kill off the whaling industry, which is only a good thing. Seriously, if there was one thing I could do these days, it would be teaching whales how to use torpedoes on those stupid flipping whaling ships. October Nid asks, alternate history, the Battle of the Denmark Strait, but replace Hood and Prince of Wales with 3 Anglified Alaska class. Assuming this happens when they sail, how do they set this up? Would they need the help of 3 more such vessels? Well, the battle's going to be very uneventful because this is happening in 1941 when the Alaskas aren't finished. So there'll just be whatever counts as slow cricket noises, except at sea. But assuming that we're slightly time displacing them as well, back from the period when they were actually around at the latter part of the war, 3 Alaskas should be enough to deal with Bismarck and Prince Eugen, primarily because the original battle tactic that Admiral Holland had in mind was to cross the German T and then run them down at night using radar to detect and fix them. The only reason that didn't happen historically was because Suffolk lost contact with the Germans in the critical few hours before he could set up the final approach. Whereas 3 time-travelled Alaskas, they have late war radar. They'll be able to spot Bismarck and Prince Eugen themselves, which means they'll be able to run in and start dropping in some pretty heavy fire from multiple angles using radar guidance at night, which is a point where, 1941 Bismarck and Prince Eugen are going to be fairly ill-placed to respond to. And yes, of course, the Alaskas are going to be very fragile to return fire from Bismarck, but, if you've got one of them going after Prince Eugen, the other 2 just pounding Bismarck with late war radar-guided gunfire in the middle of an Arctic night, I don't think Bismarck's going to be in a position to respond before it's crippled and then eventually sunk. Twister TLT asks, I was reading about my grandfather's World War II record, and it says he was a sternhook for Admiral Nimitz's personal barge. What does that rank do? Was it even a rank? So sternhook is not a rank, as far as I'm aware. Sternhook on barges and small boats is a device that they use. It's kind of like a sea anchor, but it's effectively it's a weighted object at the end of a line, which is used to keep the boat's stern in alignment with the waves, in order so that it doesn't go broadside onto the waves and get rolled over. So if he's described as sternhook for the barge, then I don't know the fine details of US Admiral's personal barge works in the Second World War, but I would suspect it's either someone dealing directly with that particular piece of equipment, or perhaps someone more generally dealing with equipment designed to help that barge stay afloat and stay pointing in the right direction, everything that's all on the stern, i.e. someone who would be at the back of the barge, and if anything needs done that isn't to do just with steering or well, that's about it really. Basically someone who's not dealing with the steering or command of the barge, and they're dealing with all the other stuff that would happen at the stern. That is hello Legacy. That would, I think that's probably what he was doing, I would imagine. Billy Tyson says, I recently learned about helicopter kites that were used during World War II. I thought helicopters were not developed until about 10 years later. Can you tell us more about these early types of helicopters and how they were used in naval settings? I can tell you a limited amount. So helicopters were just about invented and put into operational service right at the end of the Second World War. Helicopter kites, they're not full true helicopters. They are, as their name suggests, kind of something of a cross between a gyrocopter, a helicopter, and a kite. There's actually one in the Fleet Air Arm Museum. The Germans used a number of them on U-boats and some of their ships, and basically, like a gyrocopter, it uses the forward motion of the kite effectively to create rotation, to drive the overhead rotor, which then generates lift, which then keeps it aloft. So with a helicopter kite, if the submarine or towing ship stops, you will relatively quickly find yourself losing altitude. But as long as they keep going, it allows you to stay up without needing an absurdly large kite canvas or whatever. And effectively, it's a way of aerial recon without having to go through the business of actually having a full-on aircraft that you have to launch and deploy, which is even harder for U-boats than a helicopter kite, and for ships as well. So there's that. Other than that, as far as other early helicopters in naval settings, as far as I recall, there were a few true helicopters used in basic search and rescue, much as they are around carriers these days, very late in the war, both for pilots and survivors of ships and things like that. I'm not sure. I don't think any were used in a direct anti-submarine warfare role, but again, being aircraft and very, very much towards the end of the Channel's area of expertise, that's probably about all I could say without looking into it in more specific detail. There you go. Christian Samuelvich is saying stern hook and bow hook are the two standard positions you put on a boat crew. Well, there you go. Something I didn't know about small boat operations. Lord Nelson, if you could choose a German merchant raider of the First World War to capture the vessel you're sailing on, which one would you choose, and why would it be SMS Seeadler? Yeah, it pretty much would be SMS Seeadler, to be honest. One, because Seeadler followed sort of the highest tradition of merchant raiders, so there's a very high chance I'm going to survive. They're not going to sink me out of hand or blow random holes in the ship just because. And to be honest, if you're going to be captured by a merchant raider, it's going to be a much better story to tell everyone later on that you were captured by a tall ship with all sails set, running merrily around the Atlantic and the Southern Pacific, than it is to, oh yeah, well, there was this tramp steamer that we thought or ocean liner that we thought may or may not have been a friendly and turned out to be an enemy. Hey, I was captured by something that literally looked like it stepped out the Napoleonic Wars is a much better story to tell. So if I'm going to be captured by anything, yeah, let's go with Seeadler. E.M. Hurst, you are to compose an early World War II dream fleet. All ships must have been commissioned by December 7th, 41. Ships can be from any nation, any class. 2 carrier task forces with 6 destroyers and 3 cruisers, screening 2 carriers in each group. One of your 4 carriers must be a conversion. You also assemble a fleet for surface action composed of 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 8 destroyers. Fleet may contain ships that have been sunk up to this point as well. Depends what theatre am I going into. If I'm going into the Mediterranean, I'm going to want armoured carriers. If I'm going into any other scenario, I'm going to want perhaps more conventional carriers. If one of my 4 carriers has to be conversion, then I'm going to take a Lexington. If I'm forced to just generically take carriers and adapt them to my own dream fleet, if we're talking up to December 7th, 1941, probably take 3 Shikakus, because I can replace the aircraft, I can introduce better damage control procedures, and they're big. They're big, purpose-built, fast carriers. So yeah, take 3 Shikakus and a Lexington as my carriers. Fill them with aircraft, obviously. And then for cruisers, if I'm screening the carriers, then take Atlantas for anti-aircraft purposes. Destroyers, again, carrier screening destroyers, you probably want... Fletcher may or may not be ready by that point. If I can get Fletchers, then take Fletchers. Otherwise, probably something like Benson's, because 5-inch dual-purpose AA. For the battleship group, on the other hand, heavy cruiser wise. What am I taking heavy cruiser wise? Take a couple of fixed Wichitas, 3 towns. For destroyers, for a battleship action group, probably just take 8 tribals. And for the 2 battleships, again, pre-1941, pre-December 7th, 41. North Carolina's still commissioning, so I can't use that. King George V would be available. Bismarck's available. Scharnhorst's available. Surface Action Group. The battleship one would be a bit difficult because a lot of my immediate picks are possibly not quite available at that point. I'm a bit stumped at that one. Because I could say just take King George V's, but as sort of probably the only treaty battleships that you can fully say are available at that point. But because IO2 saying Hood with upgrades, but it says when the US they'll be in their configuration when the US enters the war. Oh, I just remembered. The Littorios. At least some of them will be in commission by December 7th, 41. Okay, so my 2 battleships will be Littorios, except I'll have put some proper shells in them. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do for my surface engagement. Kyla Stern, if the Japanese had known they'd be fighting the Guadalcanal campaign in the future and had the time and resources to build a specialised ship or class of ships perfect for this specific campaign, what would it look like? A specialised Guadalcanal campaign class of ships. Probably large cargo subs. Because they've already got experience with building some pretty large subs, and of course would go on to build very large subs as well. Supply runs are going to be a major problem for them. The submarine efforts to do supply runs kind of worked in as much as they were relatively successful in getting there, apart from the odd torpedoing later on and depth charge attack. Their main problem was they just physically couldn't carry all that much in terms of supplies because, one, they were still smaller than they could be, and 2, they were actual war submarines that were just had incidental cargo. So yeah, put together some kind of big specialist cargo carrying sub, maybe even something with a crane or 2 that can lift out artillery pieces and such, and that's most of their supply issues dealt with. They can run transports until they lose command of the air to the Cactus Air Force, and then they just run in these big cargo subs at night, pop up to the surface, drop off lots of supplies, light field artillery, that kind of thing, and then skedaddle again. So yeah, as Darius Rutkowski is pointing out, I-400 Cargo Edition. Cassay asks, if Midway is a disaster for the Americans with all carriers lost and only light damage to the 4 Japanese carriers, Roosevelt loses trust in the Navy, King and Nimitz are replaced, and you are appointed as their replacement. Formulate and implement a hold-the-line plan. You can't expect any reinforcements for the next 12 months. What's a 5-minute guide to the next year of your life? Well, if I've lost Enterprise, Yorktown, and Hornet. So basically I have Saratoga and Wasp. Well, I'm not going to be able to implement Guadalcanal with just Saratoga and Wasp. That is a bit of a problem. So Midway, so I've got late 43. The Essexes are going to be arriving en masse. So I've got to hold the line basically until the Essexes show up. Okay, so I mean the Japanese are probably going to still throw themselves hilariously at Midway and lose stupid amounts of men, so that's useful. So I'd probably identify, once the Japanese have wasted themselves trying to take Midway, I would identify Midway and a few other small islands that are very good for defence and very difficult to attack, fortify the heck out of them, use Saratoga and Wasp pretty much as carriers were being used just before the Pearl Harbor attacks, as running supply runs to and from them in terms of aircraft to keep their air units up to strength to help defend against the inevitable Japanese carrier strikes. HMS King George V saying, I'm a bit hurt that Drac picks the Littorios over the King George V's. Yeah, I know, but the Littorios are flipping good ships when they can shoot straight. There's not a ding on the King George V because the Littorios did cheat. They're about 6,000 tons heavier. But, you know, 6,000 tons heavier is 6,000 tons heavier, so that's 6,000 tons more stuff. So if I can take the Littorios and, you know, have decent 15-inch shells on them, then that's the optimal thing to do. Whereas, you know, if you're... if I can't fix the shells, then the King George V are the go-to. Yeah, what else am I going to do? Peter Underhill saying USS Robin. Yeah, the thing is, the USS Robin mission only comes in at the latter part of 42 because the British basically can't spare anything until that point. So I'm going to be left for at least... Obviously, yeah, I will want USS Robin until the Essexes come online, but there's going to be a gap in mid to late 42 where they just can't get it. So, as I say, build up island forts just as act as basically speed bumps for the Japanese to force them to throw forces at relatively small garrisons that's going to cost them an awful lot of time, money and resources, and just let them throw themselves against those time and time and time again while I go and clear house at the Bureau of Ordnance and get the Mark 14 torpedo fixed, and use that as containment until my Essex swarm comes online. Keep everything else back. There's no point in throwing ships away needlessly if I don't have any kind of air superiority or a chance to get air superiority. Candor asks, we're doing quite well on the Patreon questions, so we should be done with those in probably the next 20 minutes, half hour, and then we can get on to all these wonderful questions that people have been sending in. Blogs asking, Furious could be spared. Yes, Furious could be spared. However, in the documentation that the British send in the run-up to HMS Victorious being deployed, they point out that Furious is comparatively much shorter range than any of the surviving US carriers or indeed any of the other British carriers, and so Furious would be a very limited use to the US unless it's just acting as an aircraft ferry to Midway and places like that. Candor asks, Admiral Fisher, Admiral King, Admiral Rozesvensky, and one of those people who thinks Bismarck was the greatest warship ever built are locked in a room together. Assume equal access to historical knowledge and physical health. Who ends up in a fist fight and who wins? Who gets on well and who is most likely to leave the room having changed their mind on something? I think Fisher, King and Rozesvensky will gang up on the Wehraboo. At which point... I mean, yeah, Fisher and King are going to end up in a fist fight sooner or later. Rozesvensky will probably join in. He also had a little bit of a temper. In terms of who wins, well, it depends on at what stage in their careers we're talking about. as I've remarked at before, Fisher pretty much was a prize fighter who happened to be brought into naval service. He is the one who's probably best built for this kind of engagement. King is a fair scrapper in his early years, but look at a picture of young Admiral Fisher versus a picture of young Admiral King. I think Fisher probably has half of King's body mass again over him. Rozesvensky, he probably handled himself in a fight relatively well. I don't know enough about the early life of Rozesvensky to judge one way or the other on that. But I think, to be honest, once the dust has settled, I think they all would probably get on pretty well. If nothing else, the person who's probably going to have their mind changed the most might actually be King, because he'll have come across maybe another one to add to his very, very small collection of Royal Navy officers he actually respects. The main problem is that all three of them will probably have come out of that. If they have a fist fight, then all sit down and talk, and probably actually, as I say, legitimately probably get on fairly well. They're all going to come out of that meeting thinking, actually, maybe this whole slug someone you disagree with, beat them into the ground, etc., actually works relatively well. Which is going to be absolutely hilarious, because it means that Admiral Fisher and Admiral King and Admiral Rozesvensky's various missions, when they go back to their respective timelines, you're going to get a lot more of... And then the Admiral turned around and smacked the guy they disagreed with across the face, and then sat on him until he agreed to do what he wanted, which is going to be very interesting at some British ship procurement discussions in the late 1900s, and certain meetings in 1941 and 42. Your Usural. Okay, there you go. There's some information. Saying, considering that Rozesvensky has a tendency to beat up anyone who disappointed him with his fists, I think we can issue a decent punch. Yeah, probably. Oh dear. Tyler Kuhn asks, in 1936, the Germans gave the Japanese the knowledge and technology to create synthetic oil refineries, and in exchange, the Japanese agreed to build the Kriegsmarine and some warships. How would some synthetic oil refineries affect the war in the Pacific, and what warship do you think the Japanese would make for the Kriegsmarine? The Japanese are allowed to use the resources and dockyards of Germany to make their warships. If their aircraft carriers they used a naval HE-112 instead of BF-109. The Germans don't have enough large dockyard space in order to make additional large warships at this point. That's why Graf Zeppelin was delayed, amongst other things. In the Pacific, if they've got access to synthetic oil refineries, as far as I understand it, that will probably actually significantly delay the outbreak of World War II in the Pacific, because one of the main objectives that the Japanese had was to get their hold on the Dutch oil refineries in the Dutch East Indies, because they were running out of oil because of the US embargo. If they've built enough, if they build enough of these synthetic oil refineries to supply their needs, then there's not a tremendous amount of reason for them to go to war with the Americans at that point, before they've finished off whatever it is they're trying to finish off in China. So that may actually just either stop or very, very significantly delay any war breaking out in the Pacific. Then you've got the Japanese building the Kriegsmarine and some warships. Well, if we're talking about 36... I know I do sound like a bit of a broken record when I'm saying this, but the Japanese could stand to build the Germans some half-decent light cruisers. I mean, seriously, the lack of decent light cruisers is a huge gap in Kriegsmarine force structure throughout the war, because they can't take the ones they've got out into any kind of rough weather. They're pretty much, their swan song is Norway, where one of them gets the dubious honour of being the first ship sunk by dive bombers. and that's pretty much it. Whereas, so they're forced to use some of their rare heavy cruisers, either the Hippers or the Deutschlands, or their capital ships for commerce trading, because obviously the destroyers can't do it. And what else are they going to send out? Emden. So yeah, if the Japanese sort of merged some of their ideas on light cruiser design with some of the German technology and actually spat out a half decent long range, either 9 or 12 gun, 5.9 or 6-inch gun light cruiser, you might be able to produce a bunch of those in time, and that would probably cause a lot of problems if the Germans had half a dozen or more decent ocean-going fast light cruisers. Carl from Gazenberg pointing out, synthetic oil needs coal and lots of it. True. But coal is somewhat easier to get your hands on than oil is in the late 1930s. Especially in somewhere like Japan. Japan was able to sustain most of its own needs when its fleet was coal-powered. People discussing how much coal and what uses you could put synthetic oil to. I mean, yeah, you're not going to replace synthetic oil natural oil with synthetic oil completely, but given that a lot of it, the uses of the oil at the time were for wartime uses, if you can use synthetic oil in a lot of different environments, like for aviation fuel and motor vehicles, etc., etc., that means that your limited supplies of natural oil can be used in the areas where you can only use that, and that extends the lifespan of everything and makes everything a little bit more sustainable in terms of reserves, because Japan was still able to get its hands on oil, just not in the amount that it needed. Richard Goss. If World War II starts for the Royal Navy in the Pacific with an attack on Singapore, unlike before, Repulse and Prince of Wales aren't there. Did I copy that? Yeah, I did. The Royal Navy sends a fleet made up of a modern King George V and Hood, plus Renowns, plus all the fleet carriers that can be spared with adequate escorts. How does the war proceed at this point? At the start of the war, would the Royal Navy work alongside the US, or would they be more likely to pursue their own specific war aims? Well, considering that World War II in the Pacific starts with the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Royal Navy and the US were both kind of anticipating some kind of war breaking out anyway, so they would cooperate. But so if the Japanese are attacking Singapore and you've got a modern King George V, probably still Prince of Wales. So basically you've got Force Z, but plus Hood, plus Renown, plus fleet carriers, with a decent escort. That's a force that could potentially actually seriously hold up the Japanese landings in sort of the Burma Malaya area, because you've got equal numbers of capital ships and superior capital ships, apart from speed, to the Congos. You've got carriers enough that you can at least defend yourself from long-range twin-engine bombers armed with torpedoes. So the aforesaid scenario, those attacks will probably be broken up, and of course with more escorts you've got more anti-air as well. You're probably still going to lose some ships to airstrikes still, because effectively your carriers are just going to be acting as a combat air patrol bases. You're not going to be able to do that much offensively with them apart from night strikes with radar-equipped swordfish. So you probably blunt the initial Japanese assaults in the area, which probably means Singapore can be held, because the Japanese won't be able to advance that far south that quickly. But it is gonna pose something of a problem, because the Japanese they've already taken the airfields far enough north for them to be able to launch the attacks that did aforesaid anyway. So it'd be very difficult to hold Singapore in late 41, early 42 in terms of holding it with the ships. So you could hold Singapore itself, but the ships would be vulnerable in Singapore harbour. So the ships would probably have to fall back, maybe to Trincomalee or somewhere like that. And then you've got the problem that the longer they are out there, that's a fairly big chunk of the Royal Navy that's out there, whilst you've got the 1942 Mediterranean campaign and all the stuff that's going on in the Atlantic. They're probably not going to be able to be kept out there for all that much longer. So at the best case scenario would, the absolute really optimistic best case scenario would be they managed to sortie forth, they managed to hold off the Japanese air attacks enough to preserve their core of their strength. They then block or destroy the Japanese invasion force. Absolute best case, maybe they find and kill the Congos that were operating in the area, and then they drop back before the Kido Butai gets properly involved, which still leaves Singapore in a much better position to fortify itself, secure the water supply, train up the garrison, etc., etc. But they would have to fall back eventually. Probably reasonable best case scenario, they blunt the invasion force by attacking and destroying convoys, the invasion convoys, long enough for, and do enough damage for Singapore to be better secured, and then they have to drop back into the Indian Ocean and back to other more important issues in the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. But then Singapore possibly holds out for a considerably longer period of time, and with the offensive delayed anyway, Singapore may still be standing by the time the Guadalcanal campaign kicks off, which will divert Japanese efforts. Yeah, as Bocat points out, the poor defences around Singapore are a major problem, but the best you can do is buy time for those to be improved, because a bit of improvement and a bit of competence and Singapore could have held out a lot longer, but that's really it. The Japanese are on a little bit of an extended run there as well, because like the aforesaid attacks, they do those with the twin-engine torpedo bombers. They don't have fighter escorts, so much as you might want to say, oh, the Royal Navy carriers don't carry that many fighters, and their fighters at that point aren't tremendously capable performance-wise. No, they're not, but they don't have to be when they're dealing with G3Ms and G4Ms. But I still wouldn't want to have that force around when Nagumo shows up with the Kido Butai, unless presumably Somerville manages to pull off something like Operation C, only more successful, engage them at night. But that's really throwing a lot of dice with that much of the Royal Navy's task force. Sorry, something got in my eye. Ash the Lego guy asks, 3 to 4 hours before Nagumo orders the first wave of planes to take off to attack Pearl Harbor, a random US ship or submarine spots the task force and radios what's going on. What is Nagumo's move if it's logical that the ship that sent a message before it was destroyed? Launch immediately, send the planes on a one-way mission because of fuel limitations, retreat to a safer distance, retreat back to Japanese waters, split up attack from different directions, etc., etc. I don't know if they had any contingencies for this kind of thing, but if they're in range to attack, then 3 or 4 hours before the first wave is actually launched, I'd say he'd probably try to attack anyway, because at that point in time, even if this hypothetical ship or submarine sends a signal, it may very well not be received, processed, looked at, or believed by the command echelons at Pearl Harbor before the first wave arrives anyway. because I mean you have like that radar station that spots some of the incoming aircraft and gets dismissed as incoming B-17s. So just because the signal is sent doesn't mean that it's actually going to reach Kimmel or anyone like that, or indeed that they're going to pay any attention to it before the planes start hitting, at which point you're back to square one with Pearl Harbor. So I think Nagumo would possibly risk the launch, but it is possible that the message goes straight through to Kimmel within half an hour and the fleet is ready, at which point, fairly large problems for the Japanese. Blogs there pointing out that they saw a possible submarine, and ignored that as well. And it's blanked out for me. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're back apparently. Todd Webb, if a French civil war erupts in the 1930s around the same timescale as the Spanish one, and presumably the nationalists win it, how does this affect British foreign policy and strategic planning if France is a fascist state under Pétain before the war even starts? Quite a lot. I mean, quite why there'd be a French civil war. I mean, that's a very, very out of left field situation. I mean, partly it depends on how badly the French military is messed up by this. It's like, does it come out of it mostly intact? Does it split into two halves and basically fight each other to the death? If the eventual state doesn't have that much of a military, I mean, if it's theoretically a Pétain fascist state, then obviously it's not going to be allied with the British, but it's also, given that it's Pétain and it's France, it's probably also equally unlikely to be allied with the Germans. So the French kind of being a third side in this equation. So I mean, there's not a lot British foreign policy can do at that point. They can't really unpick Mussolini from Hitler. Franco wins the Spanish Civil War, so that's kind of out of things. They're not particularly going to be particularly friendly with Stalin for any particular reason. Stalin obviously has the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. About the best thing British foreign policy at that point could do, they're not going to repair relations with the Japanese anytime soon. The best that the British can probably do at that point is probably try and work out some kind of alliance / strength boosting system with somewhere like places like the Netherlands, maybe the Czechoslovakia, that kind of thing. But I mean, in some ways, having that kind of scenario would work in British favour a little bit, because if there is a war in Europe, then they don't have to worry. If Pétain is completely non-aligned with them now, they don't have to worry about sending troops to France to support France against Germany, although they might have to send troops to the Netherlands or Belgium. And they don't have to worry about... there's a certain number of things they don't have to worry about in terms of continental Europe, but at the same time they do have to worry about what France might do, because it's no longer allied with them and also not allied with Germany doesn't necessarily mean that France is going to pick one side or the other in a war, unless Germany invades it, of course. So yeah, I genuinely don't know much beyond there'll be a lot of panic in Whitehall and an attempts to build up some of the smaller nations like, say, Greece, Czechoslovakia, and the Netherlands. That's probably about all I could come up with, to be honest. Cody asks, what if either the rest of Hornet's air group follow Walden when telling the Chag to go stuff himself, or CHAG and Mitcher decide to follow everyone else and attack the target they all know about rather than chasing what-if formations? So basically, what if Hornet's air group doesn't go off on the flight to nowhere and actually pops up and attacking the Japanese? Well, to be honest, either they show up around about the same time that Enterprise and Yorktown's groups do, in which case possibly Hiryu also gets totaled in that first wave attack, so that Japanese counteroffensive that knocks out Yorktown or cripples Yorktown and leaves it set up for the Japanese sub doesn't happen. Or potentially they just show up and get shot to pieces, much like Hornet's torpedo group did if they arrive a little bit too early. So yeah, either it doesn't make too much difference, or potentially there's a reasonable chance that, as I say, they might knock out all of the Japanese carriers and they don't lose Yorktown, which would be quite useful for the Guadalcanal campaign. David B. Great powers actually take note of Hood, and through tough negotiation, each nation is allowed to continue construction of one ship per signatory up to 45,000 tons. No new ships get laid down, with the exception of Britain's authorised... Britain being authorised 35,000 tonners instead of 2 as partial compensation. All other tonnage remains the same. What ships are retained for each power, and what updates or alterations are done on the hulls that go up to the 45,000 ton limit. So Britain's getting 3 Nelsons. Given that everyone's wanting to economise, if everyone was wanting to economise, then the Americans might just want to complete Washington, the Colorado class Washington, but that's not a 45,000 tonner. If they absolutely want to have a 45,000 tonner around, I mean, in theory, given how everybody was thinking at the time in terms of battle fleets, you'd want a South Dakota, because having a single battle cruiser, especially for the Americans, really doesn't help all that much, but having something like the South Dakota as your flagship might help quite a bit. On the other hand, the Lexingtons are far more advanced in construction, so given that everyone's trying to economize and save money, they might, have Lexington as a flagship and then Saratoga and Constellation as the carrier conversions. For the Japanese, they will almost certainly want Tosa, because they'll want the two Amagi and Akaki, they'll want as carriers. Tosa's hull is significantly more advanced, as you sort of see from when they scuttle it. Even Kaga's hull was advanced enough to turn relatively easily into a carrier. So the Japanese will probably want Tosa as their flagship for their battle fleet. In terms of affecting interwar shipbuilding World War II battles, it might mean people are a lot more reluctant to drop down to 14-inch guns in the Second London Naval Treaty if there's some extra fairly big ships with 16-inch guns floating around. Other than that, it's probably not going to affect all that much else, other than consideration, as I say, without that 14-inch limit being implemented, you're probably going to see a lot of the treaty era battleships coming about with considerably more armor, because they're going to have to be thinking seriously about, there's a relatively quick 16-inch armed ship, and with, in Tulsa's case at least, some armor running around, we have to think about engaging this with our 35,000 tonners. So I would suspect at that point that the treaty battleships are actually probably maybe going to be 15 inches. At least if the British will probably go with a 15-incher, because they won't want to go down to 14. but 16 inches might involve a little bit too much weight on the armament and might not allow them to get enough armor in. Although I suppose the Americans did show you can do that with the South Dakotas. But they might be tempted to shave a little bit of weight by going for 15-inch guns and then up armouring to deal with 16-inch gunfire. But that's probably going to be the maximum impact, because, of course, Japan's going to collapse the treaty system anyway, and escalator clauses being invoked. John Graubar, if the US Navy had better search radar, such as SG instead of SC, at the start of Guadalcanal campaign, would Savo Island have turned out differently? Probably not. The problem wasn't the radar per se. I mean, slightly better radar would have helped. It was a human problem rather than a technological problem. There were plenty of opportunities with the technology and even the spotting that occurred during the First Battle of Savo Island for the US Navy and Canberra to turn things around a bit quicker. That didn't happen. Maybe SG radar would give them enough of a heads up for them to sort themselves out in that respect, and certainly with the speed Canberra was coming online, it might have given Canberra that extra minute or two to get deployed and get in some hits before it goes down. But I don't think it would have changed things too much without changing the actual people who are involved in dealing with this. Because I remember during Savo Island, you had people arguing over whether or not in the second group that had Quincy, Vincennes, and Astoria, there were people arguing on the bridge as to whether or not even sounding action stations was the right thing to do, despite the fact that ships were exploding slightly further south. Paul Christian Thompson asks, are there any stories of military ghost ships post the Age of Sail outside of the supposed Philadelphia experiment, USS Eldridge? Military ghost ships post Age of Sail? Well, apart from people claiming to have spotted the Flying Dutchman and things like that. Stories of military ghost ships after the Age of Sail. I mean, I'm not that au fait with ghost ship stories generally, but I can't think of any. Maybe somebody else knows. Yeah, I can't think of any military ghost ship stories from the ages of sort of iron and steel. Sorry. Martin Smith, in World of Warships, the range of all different ammunition types is always the same. Is this realistic, or did effective ranges vary a lot by type of shell? Theoretically, the range of high explosive and armor piercing shells would differ, because normally the weight of armor piercing and high explosive shells differed slightly, and so here's a set amount of charge. If the weight and the aerodynamics are slightly different, the shells will travel slightly different ranges, but effective range, not really, because by World War II at least, the maximum range of the guns is way past the effective range. So your effective range, which for battleships maxes out really about the high 20s of thousands of yards for cruisers, the low to maybe mid 20s on some ambitious ones, and for destroyers it's somewhere maybe in the teens. All of those are well inside the actual ranges of the theoretical ranges of the guns. So the effective range of your high explosive, semi-armor piercing and armor piercing is pretty much identical. Wayne Borean. Dr. Clark says he has some evidence the projected 6th Queen Elizabeth class was actually a totally different ship design using the QE designation to hide the changes. He went over a couple of reasons that he thinks of this, such as guns and engines appearing from nowhere. I think you remember you being there. What are your current thoughts on this? So this is something I've actually discussed with Dr. Clark separately offline, and yeah, there is a certain amount of in fact, it's almost certain that HMS Agincourt, the projected sixth Queen Elizabeth class before the name was repurposed for the ship that carried all the guns, it would have been different. It 99.9% would not have been just another Queen Elizabeth class. The detail is basically how different. Would it have been a slightly modified QE on the lines of maybe something like what the Canadians might have ended up ordering if that bill hadn't been voted down? Would it possibly have been, would Jellicoe have got his way for a small tube boiler experiment QE? Could it have been an attempt to either go with, can we get some kind of experimental triple 15-inch turret in, or are we going to go with making it a enlarged Iron Duke style design, i.e. 10 15-inch guns, whether or not they try and keep the speed or drop it down to comparable with the R's, or do they do something even more interesting? It's difficult to firmly put your finger on any one thing. I think it's very odd that the British would just order one ship in the middle of all these other ships. All the time up till then, apart from battle cruisers, which they, like Lion and Princess Royal, etc., they'd ordered one of, in addition to the battleship classes. The British always built their battleships in distinct classes, and the Queen Elizabeths were the previous year's design. So it's very odd in and of itself that they just went, yeah, and we're going to stick a Queen Elizabeth in here, unless they've suddenly started counting the Queen Elizabeths as battle cruisers. But we already know that well, we know with hindsight that wouldn't work out, but we also know even at the time, once they'd started work on them, they knew pretty much that they weren't going to be battle cruisers, or counts as battle cruisers. And so the fact that it still exists as an order until it gets cancelled does seem to indicate they were going to be trying to do something different. Because this is what the Dreadnought was, a one-off experimental ship that then set a pattern for everything else to follow. That was quite a radical departure. So, yeah, exactly what it was, unless and until we dig up some design, sketch, document, meeting minutes or whatever, we can't pin down for certain. But it could be anything from, as Todd Webpoint is saying, Iron Duke layout, small tube machinery, i.e. basically 2 extra 15-inch guns for the same speed. Or it could even be an attempt by Fisher to pull off something as hilarious as a mini Incomparable with 6 18-inch guns in 3 twin turrets instead of obviously Incomparable later with 20-inch. And part of it is when you look at the books of what people are advertising at the time, there are 15, 16, and even some 18-inch guns all being advertised for sale well before any of these guns see service in the navies. And we know Fisher had a history of secretly ordering things. I mean, the 13.5-inch started out initially as a cover, as partly covered as an idea of being an improvement on the 12. The 15-inch was a 13.5 special, and so on. So at this point, particularly in time, the idea that the British are using a earlier designation as a cover to do something bigger, it really is actually more par for the course than it is at almost any other time. How many more Patreon questions are there? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. Knight 6831 is asking. Hand of Ray asks, Lexington class battlecruiser versus Admiral class battlecruiser. And what is your favourite ocean liner or passenger ship? Ocean liner or passenger ship don't really have a favourite per se, other than the one I was on when I went round the Mediterranean when I was in year 10 at high school, because it didn't sink, which was fairly important to me at the time. Lexington versus Admiral, it really is a toss-up at that point. Lexington is slightly faster and has heavier guns, but at the same time, you know, the Admiral has more armour than the Lexington, which angled 12-inch plate, okay, it's not brilliant against 16-inch guns, but at longer ranges it might afford it a margin of protection against 16-inch guns, maybe, whereas the Lexington doesn't have any real protection against 15-inch guns because it's made of paper and hope. So it's effectively, given their differing armaments, it's effectively the battle of the glass cannons, who hits who first, which means that if we're talking about late 1910s gunnery, probably the Admiral hits the Lexington first. But you know, if the Lexington gets a lucky few hits in first, that it'll probably be the deciding factor one way or the other. Loch Ness Hamster, in your video on USS Franklin damage control, you mentioned the 5-inch anti-aircraft guns having an automatic mode. What exactly does that mean? Basically means that the direction, the direction of the guns, angle and elevation, is all being controlled from the fire control systems rather than the crew locally. It's not fully automatic like auto-loading. The crew still have to load, etc. But it's distinct from the crew aiming the guns or the crew receiving some input and then manually aiming the guns. The 5-inch guns could be just given control to one of the Mark 37 fire control directors, and then it would say, right, guns, you are aiming this way, and that's that, and then you just feed it shells. Frank Barnwell, unscheduled swim calls, not your cup of tea. Considering that I spent a good hour and a half raiding the fruit bar in the ship's dining area and throwing apples and oranges either alternately to or at the sharks that were following the ship, no, I really did not want to get in the Mediterranean at that point. Frederick Saxton, no, it wasn't. Was that school trip to Uganda? No, I actually don't remember the name of the ship. All I remember was that it was when I was in year 10. And it was kind of a tour of the Eastern Mediterranean at that very brief point where you could actually do that without getting shot or beaten. So for those of you in the States, year 10 is the 4th year of high school. And so we flew out to Greece, and it was basically a sightseeing trip. So we flew out to Greece, saw Athens for the day, went to Piraeus, got on the ship, spent a day at sea. Then the day after that, we were in Alexandria, went down to see the pyramids, and the Cairo Museum, back on board the ship. And then after that, it was basically overnight on the ship and daytime in wherever it was we showed up. So that day was Egypt. The next day it was Israel, so Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Dead Sea, then Rhodes, then Ephesus in Turkey, where I had great fun, feeling very rich because I was buying like lunch for like 10 million lira, and then Cyprus. Oh no, we did Israel, Cyprus, Rhodes, Ephesus, Crete, and then flew back from Heraklion. Grey Ghost says apparently that is equivalent of 12th grade. Yeah, Batgoat. Basically what happened with the sharks thing was, on the voyage from Piraeus to Alexandria, I just looked astern, and of course it's the Mediterranean, and ships occasionally discharge their waste, and let's face it, it was a cruise liner full of school kids, so of course there was stuff going over the sides all the time as well. So there were a few sharks that had decided that following the ship was a good idea because there were snacks. And yeah, I just thought, well, let's try and throw them some oranges or apples, because there wasn't anything in terms of fresh fish to throw to them. And to be honest, it's the Mediterranean, I'm sure there's fish for them to eat there. And then, you know, being a 12th grade or year 10 schoolboy, I was just like, I wonder if I can hit one from 40 feet above the water. Turns out the answer was no, I could not in fact hit a shark from 40 feet up and 60 foot long with an apple from a moving ship. But I like to think I got within at least a few sharks' length of one or two. Yeah, that was fun times. Still got some pictures from that. Almost got killed by an Orthodox priest in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, but that's a completely different story. Paul Defferback asks, my favourite military historian other than Drake is Victor Davis Hansen. He's of the opinion that Yamamoto was a bad strategist, beginning with insisting on attacking Pearl Harbor. You can make that argument from hindsight and from a general thing of, Yamamoto going to war with the United States was generally a bad idea. But I wouldn't necessarily say that Yamamoto was a bad strategist per se. Some of his battle plans were needlessly overcomplicated and did go wrong, but a lot of the... not all, but a lot of what went wrong with some of Japan's battle and war aims in 42 and early 43 are as much institutional issues with the Japanese as they are with Yamamoto in particular. He was dealt a very bad hand of having to come up with a plan to go get involved in a war that he knew he would not win. Did he make the absolute best of playing that hand? Not precisely. But, on a scale of 0 to 10 accomplishment for Yamamoto, within the context of he knew that he's never going to win this war, so where 10 is he did pull off absolutely everything perfectly but still lost, and 0 is completely fumbled it, I'd say he probably scored maybe a 7 or an 8 out of 10. It's just that he was never on the winning side, so it's very easy to say this is a terrible strategy that didn't work out. Well, yes, of course, he'd gone to war with the United States in 1941. Of course it wasn't going to work out for him. Just looking through some of these comments are quite hilarious. Right, so Brian Roper, Kantai Kessen by air, Task Force 58 from the Philippine Sea, 7 carriers, 8 light carriers and 7 fast battleships with anti-air and air groups circa mid-42, with Spruance in overall command, with Fletcher commanding the carriers and Lee at the head of the battleships, versus the Kido Butai of December 7th, 41, but reinforced by Taiho, the Unryus, the Zuihos and Ryujo, so 10 fleet carriers total, plus 3 light carriers, with Nagumo in overall command, Inoue commanding the carrier groups, and comparable surface support force of Kongos, Nagatos and Yamatos, with Takagi commanding. I'd probably give the edge to the US there. Okay, they've got 3 less fleet carriers, but some of the Japanese fleet carriers are not carrying that many aircraft. So aircraft kind of like with Midway, where hull numbers versus aircraft numbers is somewhat different, 2 different stories. I suspect you're going to have a situation similar where it's either going to be equal or possibly slightly larger numbers of aircraft for the US, even though they've got 7 carriers compared to 10, because they're going to have a fair number of Essexes. Then they've got 8 light carriers versus 3 light carriers, so yeah, overall air group advantage goes to the US. Their AA and air groups are circa mid-42 as opposed to the Kido Butai's December 7th, 41, which means they've got a sort of 6-month technological advantage. Yeah, I'd say overall, it's a lot closer than the historical Battle of the Philippine Sea, but the US is still got the advantage, the upper hand there. Galdo Iono pointing out that, yeah, there's going to be a lot of confusion trying to operate that many aircraft at once. Right, last 2 Patreon questions. And I still have one more glass of iron brew to go, so that's probably quite good for everybody concerned. Worthwain Packer, how much difference would it have made if Tirpitz was with Bismarck instead of Prince Eugen? Questions to that effect come up fairly frequently, and I return to my previous answer, which is, if you'd had two battleships instead of a battleship and a heavy cruiser, then Tovey probably would have sorted with the entire home fleet, so King George V, Prince of Wales, Hood and Victorious, which would then make it actually arguably worse for the it would make it arguably considerably worse for the Germans. And then Rebel Skvirl asks the last Patreon question, which is, could you please discuss the Samoan crisis of 1888 to 1889, the naval standoff between the US and Germany there? Had the typhoon that sank both nations' naval squadrons not occurred and the situation come to blows, which side would have won the battle? In terms of who would have won the battle, it's quite difficult to call because none of the ships involved were particularly large or particularly heavily armed. So although you can point to guns and numbers for each side's forces and argue advantages and disadvantages, the simple fact is that all of those ships are in a position where a couple of good hits would probably knock them out of the battle or set them on fire. So, I mean, I think the Americans had more reinforcements on the way, so long term the Americans probably have the advantage, but at the time that the hurricane breaks out, it would have, if they had come to blows just before then, it would literally have been a case probably of who fires first and who hits first, and that's the winner. The whole naval standoff over Samoa, I mean, the Samoan crisis, the Samoan hurricane, is something I want to cover in a Wednesday video at some point. It's just, it is a little bit bizarre because it's at the height of Victoriana, if you like to call it that, and you've got these, what at this point in time are two second tier powers. The Germans are very much a second tier power in the late 1880s. The US, the same. They haven't even started the pre-dreadnought build-up that they would do, that would obviously stand them in relatively decent stead for the Spanish-American War. And they're arguing over these islands, completely blissfully unaware of the idea that someone else might just show up and go, yeah, you're arguing about all of this. We've decided we're going to have it. And pretty much Russia, France, even Italy, if they could be bothered to go out that far, Japan, maybe, actually, yeah, probably Japan at that point, and of course Britain, all could have done that. So there's, it's a very bizarre situation. Something I do need to cover in a lot more detail. But the typhoon is absolutely horrific. There is a Royal Navy corvette that shows up, Calypso. Yes, I think it's Calypso, which is involved in the typhoon as well, and is pretty much the only warship to escape the typhoon because it's the only one that's underway when the typhoon hits. But we're talking about ships that theoretically are capable of mid-teens of knots, and they're not sail ships or anything like that. But when this typhoon hits, even the ship that's underway is barely making literal crawling pace, half a knot to a knot forward headway into this typhoon, and everybody else is just being driven ashore because they don't have enough power to resist. But to everybody's credit, despite the fact that everyone is literally pointing guns at each other immediately beforehand, once whoever's still alive pokes their heads up after the typhoon and looks around and all the destruction, everybody gets their act together and collectively helps, rescue people, refloat and right the ships that can be refloated and righted, and everybody kind of calms down a little bit in the face of, hey, we just survived this colossal typhoon that just wiped out any ability we had to actually argue about things. Right, so that is all the Patreon questions. Huzzah. Now, we shall get through these super chat questions that I've saved, and then we'll start picking questions out of the chat itself. So, Michael O'Brien asks, June 1938, the Emperor has instructed the Japanese to overhaul one aspect of the Navy and has chosen you to decide what to change. What do you change? Oh, one aspect of the Navy. 38. So I've got 39, 40, I've got 3. Actually, I've got 3 years. I've got a fair amount of time. What to change, what to change, what to change. I toss a coin over either reforming the anti-aircraft battery system of the surface fleet, and as I said before, basically just taking the 100mm and going, nope, forget it, we're just doing 100mm from now on, and please find a replacement for the 25. So yeah, replacement for the 25mm and produce as many 100mm as possible. With 3 and a bit years to go, I can probably actually significantly increase the lethality of the Japanese Navy's anti-aircraft systems. The other one I would do would be to expand and alter the Japanese pilot training and replacement program for their carriers so that I can produce more pilots more quickly, rotate some of the experts back to give their expertise as well, sort of British and American style, and also break up this idea that aircraft and air wings are only for the particular air carrier. So yes, we might prefer to. Sorry, I'm going to put my phone back on silent. We might prefer to have certain air groups with certain carriers, but we are going to allow air groups and train air groups to operate from different carriers, at least a minimum different carriers of a similar class or from a similar group. So let's say Akagi and Kaga's aircraft are used to operating off of each other's flight decks, Hiryu and Soryu, Shogaku and Zuikaku, etc. I mean, it's not going to save you, but it's something. Grey Ghost wants to know how old I am. Older than I'd like to be, but not as old as I feared I could be. I'm definitely not in my 40s, I can guarantee you that much. Jean Carlos Migos asks, I think, is that possible? Hopefully that's your name. I came across the term heavy destroyer in relation to the German destroyer sunk at Narvik. Could you talk a bit about the term? Was it widely used? It wasn't that widely used. There's a whole mix of things. Flotilla leader, heavy destroyer, super destroyer, large destroyer, etc. That all get thrown about, depending on which author, which time period you're talking about. But effectively, you're looking at 2 kinds of destroyer. A non-treaty regulated or a treaty breaking destroyer, and at least in the very latter stages of the treaty system, London Naval Treaty, etc., the 1,850-ton destroyer. So prior to that, with the Washington Treaty system, there wasn't, technically, apart from if you put 6-inch guns, it was a cruiser. There wasn't actually any other limit to how big you could make a destroyer, and that led to the start of some of the French big destroyers and such like. And so to try, and the Kageros and things like that, so to try and rein that in over the course of the London naval treaties, there was both a upper limit placed on destroyer displacement in terms of individual ships could not exceed a certain amount, and then all subsequent there was also a limit to how many destroyers of the upper displacement 1850 tons versus the lower displacement, which I think off the top of my head was 1,500 tons. I can't remember the exact figures. I think those are the 2 figures. And those were supposed to make up the bulk of your destroyer fleet. So if there's if we call it larger destroyers, you can either be referring to stuff like the tribals or some of the French ones, which technically meet this standard but within treaty limits, but are bigger than average, bigger than everything else. And then you have stuff like the Germans, which are just, way, way, way over any treaty limit. But yeah, there's not a particular term for it. I mean, at the time, apart from the French, which were notable for having very large, very, very fast, very heavily armed destroyers, outside of that, everyone else was like just destroyers. They might be big, they might be small, they might be short, they might be long, etc. But it was just destroyers. That was, I mean, there's one of the reasons why the H class, which were relatively small to mid-size for interwar destroyers, quite happily went up against the German destroyers at Narvik, because they're like, destroyer's a destroyer. There wasn't a sense of, we're sending small or mid-sized destroyers up against heavy destroyers. Paul, don't trust everything you read on Google. You can trust some things that you read on Google, but not everything. Also, hilariously enough, in reference to what Dr. Clark has just pointed out, yeah, I also have had... How long have I had my beard now? For most of the past... at least a decade. So I'm just trying to think, because I've been married for just over 9 years, and I've had my beard that entire time, and while we were courting, and when we met. Yes, and when we met. So yeah, I've had my beard for over a decade. I don't know exactly what. I'd have to look at the rare photos of me. I don't have that many photos of me. I tend to take photos of everything else. Anyway, that aside, so E.M. Hurst, the Battle of Tsushima still results in a Japanese victory. However, it's not the decisive battle it turned out to be, and the war continues for a year. Would Japan still adopt the Kantai-Kessen doctrine? Quite probably, because they would probably look at Tsushima, if it's not a decisive battle, let's say the Russians managed to inflict a number of losses on the Japanese as well, and maybe a few of the Russian ships managed to escape to Port Arthur, the Japanese would probably look on the fact that the war continues for longer as a, if we'd won Tsushima as a decisive battle, it would have ended sooner, therefore we need to emphasize winning a decisive battle. So yeah, that may... I think either way it would have driven them towards it, but for different reasons. Because with Tsushima, they were able to point out, yep, Tsushima looked deciding point of the war. The Russians had no chance after this, at least to the Japanese mind. Therefore, we should follow this in the future as a blueprint for success. And if it had been a closer run battle, but they'd still won it, then they would say, yeah, but if we'd won harder, we would have won the war quicker. So we still need to go for Kantai-Kessen. So that's that one. Quinn the Q, any plans to write a proper printed book on a subject? Yes. About 3 or 4. I've got plans for about 3 or 4 books, and I'm halfway-ish through writing one of them. So I would say probably, depending on how things go over the winter, my first actual book might be out... Well, the manuscript will probably be ready just after Christmas this year. When it actually comes out is going to depend greatly on, which publishing house I go with and how quickly the editing process goes. In the interim, obviously, I will be aiming to try and get other books reprinted, like the Russian and Soviet battleship book, etc. So we shall see. As I think I mentioned before, with especially with one of the books I'm planning on writing, I'm tempted to actually write two versions of it. One in a slightly more, very formal, very high sounding academic prose kind of thing, and like a second version that's basic, says exactly the same thing, but with a slightly freer flowing, more sarcastic tone that I normally take, because that'd be funnier. And to be honest, that's probably how I'd write it in the first place, and then have to revise it to be a little bit more refined, shall we say. But I will say, if it comes down to I can only publish one version, I'll publish the version that is written in the manner that I kind of speak to you guys in. I don't speak refined very often, although I'm not too bad at it. Ares Lictor. So that particular book, might as well talk about it for a few minutes, since, semi-captive audience and all that. What I'm going to do is I am going to do my version of some, not all, but some of the world's worst warships, but I'm going to do it in a much more, I think, detailed and slightly more justifiable way compared to a lot of books of that nature that have been done before. Because firstly, I'm not going to go... Well, there are some, you might think, quote-unquote, obvious targets from popular history that I'm not going to go for because I genuinely don't think they actually deserve that moniker. But secondly, I'm going to divide it up into sections. And I'm also going to show counterpoint examples. So for every example of this is a bad warship and here's why, I'm going to point to here's an example of a warship where those specific things that this warship got wrong, this other warship did really well. So this is one of the world's best warships. So you've got counterpoint examples rather than just listing a bunch of ones that I've decided are bad. The second thing is I'm going to divide it into three separate sections. So instead of just saying these are just generically awful warships, my three sections are instead going to be, here are ships that fail as ships, ships that just can't stay afloat when they really should. Then ships that are failures of design, i.e. they float and they hang around, but they're just bad at their jobs compared to other ships of the period that are designed to do a similar job. And then lastly will be ships that might have been okay or even good at the role they were originally given, but turn out to actually be pretty awful and pretty useless in the roles that they are eventually put to in the courses of war. And those are very different categories, because you can look at a ship and say, oh yeah, that ship did absolutely awful, it got sunk, it didn't win its engagement, blah blah blah, and it's very easy on that basis to say that's an awful ship. But take a slightly larger view, which I think a lot of these books don't do, and you might be able to point out, well, actually it was never going to win that fight because it was in entirely the wrong place and time. I mean, you could take an easy example, the Russian pre-dreadnought Slava at the Battle of Moon Sound. If you just look at the battle, you say, oh yes, well, it was a Russian battleship, it got badly damaged and ended up having to be abandoned and scuttled when it faced off against German warships, so clearly it was a bad warship. Zoom out slightly, it's a pre-dreadnought going up against two dreadnoughts, and it took multiple engagements to put it down. That's not actually a bad ship. It would in no way does Slava deserve to be on a bad warships list. So that's an example of a ship that I'm not going to include on the bad warships list, but it's an example of a ship that's put to a use it was never designed for and actually ended up performing, well, in Slava's case, actually ended up performing relatively well until it got too badly battered. But if, say, you were looking at a Slava-type situation where it just sailed in and got blown out of the water in seconds, okay, that's a very bad outcome. So, but to be honest, even then, that's actually quite far out, now that I think about it. But no, but there will be situations where ships have been put into scenarios, not what they were designed to do, but where you'd think maybe they might do all right, and then didn't actually work out. So basically a little bit more context and detail as compared to a lot of books that do this kind of thing. Plus, obviously, the example of saying, and this is how you do it right. But yes, still working on that, and we'll see how it all goes. Going back to Michael O'Brien's question, in World War I, World War II, and the interwar years, were guns or torpedoes more important for destroyers and cruisers, respectively? I would say in all three of those circumstances, for most types, guns were more important than torpedoes for cruisers, but to varying degrees. So in World War One, I would say let's think. World War One, I would probably go with guns are very important for cruisers because, to be honest, they don't get much, if any, use at all out of their torpedoes. In the interwar period, torpedoes probably peak their balance compared to guns on cruisers. And then in World War II, they start off actually being quite important to cruisers because there are a number of scenarios where cruisers do end up having to use their torpedoes either as a deterrent or in a direct offensive role. But as radar-guided gunfire becomes more and more of a thing towards the end of World War II, the importance of torpedoes drops off. So, yeah. And then for destroyers in World War One, unless they're fighting each other, the torpedo is by far and away their most important weapon. In the interwar years, it's probably a balance. You do get some very torpedo-heavy destroyers and some destroyers that are much more balanced towards guns, which kind of does actually illustrate it pretty much is a 50-50 balance. And then in World War II, I think it starts off actually with torpedoes lurch back towards torpedoes. But again, as the war goes on and radar-guided gunfire becomes more and more important, especially because destroyers tend to be mounting dual-purpose weapons. Because of that anti-aircraft defense role, the guns become more important again. Nosdormu89. I've read a couple of accounts where warships had bombs and shells that went down the smokestacks. What kind of damage occurred in that scenario? Depended on the size of bomb or shell and also what was in the way. So worst case scenario, and this did happen occasionally, you could have a bomb that went right down the smokestack into the boiler room, exploded, blows the fires out, damages the boilers, basically cripples the ship for a given period of time. Alternatively, some smokestacks had grills or grates that were designed to stop, slow down, detonate, or even block a bomb. So sometimes it would just be a case of there's now holes in the funnel which reduce the draft, which affects the propulsion's efficiency and the top speed, but other than that doesn't do a tremendous amount. And you can get all sorts of things in between. Like, it wasn't a direct hit down the smokestack, but because of the way the trunking canted, one of the bomb hits on Yorktown at Coral Sea had this kind of effect. The bomb actually went through the ship, but then when it exploded pretty much on top of the trunking of the funnel as it canted in. So fragments and explosion went down through the lower part of the funnel trunking into the boiler room, and that's why it was still short on speed by the time of midway. So yeah, it could vary, but if you had any kind of explosive bomb or shell head down your smokestacks, even in the best case scenario, you'd be losing speed. Worst case scenario, you would lose your actual means of propulsion as well. So it's just more of a case of how much speed you lose, some or all, or something in between. Trains King asks, what are the top 7 naval battles you'd love to see Godzilla wreak havoc on everybody? Any, really? Battles pre-World War One are probably better because they're all closer in, so it would look a lot more spectacular. But you know, either way. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, the Lepanto, Trafalgar, Quiberon Bay, Lissa, Tsushima, for that matter. Battle of the Yellow Sea. I mean, actually, Battle of the Yalu River would be the top one, because no one knows what on earth went on really at the Battle of Yalu River. We don't even technically know how many ships and what types there were on both sides. Various lists exist, but people disagree as to exactly how accurate those lists are. So to be honest, having Godzilla smash up the Battle of Yalu River would not really actually change all that much in terms of how believable the whole thing is. What's going on with cats? I don't know what's going on with cats in the chat, but whatever. Whiskey Delta Golf. Trafalgar again. If the Royal Navy fleet is replaced by Johnston, Captain, Kamchatka, or by Jove, which produces the most interesting result? Probably either Captain or by Jove, because the weather is not awful enough. Actually, no, I'd say probably Captain. Now I think about it, because Johnston would win. Kamchatka doesn't have the armament to do much, so it'd be a bit of a weird standoff. By Jove would be hilarious. That's from the 2nd April Fool's video. But it would probably win, albeit in an amusing manner. But I was going to say the weather's not bad enough to capsize Captain, but it would be the following the evening after the battle. So yeah, Captain, because Captain you'd have turreted ironclad versus wooden warships. So as I said before, fairly one-sided. Main risk to Captain is boarding, etc., etc. But after it wins the battle, it would then probably sink in the following storm. So nobody wins the battle because everybody died. Harold Grundetjian, I think. If Crete had not been captured during World War II, how would it affect the overall Mediterranean theatre? I mean, it would allow a forward base for Royal Navy operations, which would be somewhat helpful. It would allow the basing of more aircraft further into the Mediterranean, especially further north, which again would be fairly helpful. But it doesn't really provide any bases for going after convoys, Italian and German convoys, that are any better than what already exist. Once Greece is out of the picture, there's not a lot you can do about that. I suppose it might make a useful stopover field for, say, later bombing efforts like the B-24 Liberator raids on the oil fields in Romania, if they can divert there. But that's not strictly the Mediterranean theatre itself. The main problem is going to be that if that attack fails, then the Allies are going to have to reinforce it, and they've got a lot of different places to reinforce and garrison. Resources will be quite stretched, so it could critically drain down resources in other locations, interestingly enough. So I don't think it would have a massive impact, to be honest. It didn't make a huge impact on the conduct of the war once it had fallen, and I can't see it making a tremendous impact on the conduct of the war if it doesn't fall either, other than a few naval engagements around the Eastern Mediterranean might be slightly different. John Rodriguez, do you think the Vought XF5U would have had an impact on carrier operations? Landing speed 40 knots, 400 knot top speed. I'm going to have to see what the Vought XF5EU actually is. Oh, the flying flapjack. Oh dear. Yes, that thing. Well, I mean, it's a twin engine thing. When was it? First flight 43, cancelled 47. I mean, it could have had an impact, but to be honest, yeah, it's a bit a weird thing. The two things I'd be interested in, bearing in mind I don't know a tremendous amount about it, other than, to be honest, what I saw in War Thunder at one point. I think I actually have it in War Thunder. I'd be very interested in seeing how the heck this thing actually folds up to store. But that aside, I suspect it probably would have had a similar effect to a lot of other late war, immediate post-war, basically final generation prop aircraft, i.e. lots of very interesting concepts, lots of very interesting advanced technology, and completely obviated by the invention of the jet engine. And apparently it's hanging again. I don't know why. It says the bitrate's good here. Can everybody still hear me? Okay. Okay, weird. It just seemed to hang. I don't know what's going on with the signal. I'm not using any massive amount of internet. There's nothing updating. Maybe it's just YouTube being YouTube. Ace Republic saying the Flapjack is not in War Thunder, isn't it? Oh, okay. I've got some weird American aircraft in War Thunder. Okay. I haven't loaded that thing in ages. I'll have to go and have a look. The Orion saying the XF5F is in War Thunder, but that's an unrelated Grumman aircraft. Okay. Well, so I haven't played War Thunder in ages, but, you know, I will go, at some point I'll go and have a look and see if I do have some weird kind of flying saucer in my hangar. Hendog 1000, December 1942, Japan strikes Pearl Harbor a year later than historically, finding California, Washington, and North Carolina, along with Yorktown and Hornet. Both fast battleships suffer magazine explosions and Hornet capsizes. What now? Everyone wonders how Japan has the fuel to pull off the strike in December 42 if they've been under US embargo for another year. I mean, it's not good, especially with Washington and North Carolina out of the war, but on the other hand, the US still has everything other than Hornet, and the Essexes are literally months, the first Essexes are literally months away from coming online, so, you know, it's bad in terms of fast battleship escorts, but to be honest, December 42, even the South Dakotas are beginning to come online, so Japan, things like Coral Sea and Midway are not going to happen in the way they historically did, because the US Navy is going to be able to show up with a lot more ships a lot faster and a lot harder. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, a bunch of people saying it's probably just YouTube messing with me. Nosdormu89, I recently saw a documentary on the English Civil War. What was the Royal Navy doing during this period? Also, thank you, Brandon Larson. I will do my very best. So, the Royal Navy in the English Civil War period was mostly being very split about things. It largely went over to Parliament, but a chunk of it did still remain royalist. So you had some of the larger ships, like Sovereign of the Seas, basically sit out the Civil War, not because they didn't want to fight, because neither side actually had any real use for them. The royalist fleet was mostly made up of fast, smaller ships that would be very good at blockade running, and therefore the parliamentarian ships, because obviously they weren't going to blockade their own ports, needed ships that could chase down these faster ships. And yes, they could in theory blockade royalist ports with using the great ships, but that would be very expensive and wouldn't really help when a fast royalist ship just dodged around them. So the parliamentarian fleet was basically trying to keep the royalist fleet from running supplies, money and troops to the royalists. The royalists were trying to run supplies, money and troops to the king, and basically playing a big game of cat and mouse, whilst also keeping an eye over their shoulder for potential enemies trying to take advantage of the situation. Zachary Zia asks, were there any sports that some navies facilitated more than other navies did? I.e., did Americans do boxing more? Did the British do boat races more, etc.? There may have been slight differences in how navies did things, but things like boxing matches and boat races were pretty common across almost all navies. I would suspect you'd find the British doing boat races a little bit more, for nothing else, because of the nature of the British Empire would mean that there would be a lot of ships showing up at various points in a lot of different ports, as opposed to American ships, which are mostly going to be basing in specific US either US or US held ports. So because of that constant interaction, both with whoever the locals happen to be, plus goodwill visits to other people's ports, plus the exoticness of being in different locations, I suspect you're going to find the British doing more competitive boat races between different ships and different navies. But overall, you'll tend to find the types of entertainment that everybody did aboard ships are fairly similar. Galdir Ionai, the US Navy in World War II had a number of old submarines that couldn't use the Mark 14s but used the older Mark 10s instead. Did that actually help them in any encounters? To a degree. The Mark 10 still had some of its own issues that needed to be solved, including an annoying tendency to run a bit too deep, which it shared with the Mark 14. But they were somewhat more reliable at actually doing the exploding thing, assuming they hit something. So yes, there were a number of engagements where Mark 10s hit and exploded and sank something, where if you'd substituted in Mark 14s, it's entirely possible that the successful strike may not have resulted in a detonation. The flip side to that is, of course, that, as you say, they're older submarines, so they're somewhat less capable of getting themselves into that engagement in the first place and or escaping it afterwards. So swings and roundabouts. But yeah, if you were a US sub commander and you were basing your decision purely on what torpedoes you had equipped in 1942, you'd probably want the Mark 10s, because at least the Mark 10s only have one problem, which you might be able to solve. Gordon Collins asking, was there a special type of boat used for racing, or was it just the normal ship's boats? Usually just the normal ship's boats. Castellon 1, if 10, 11 and 12-inch guns for battleships remained common, would we see auto-loading battle wagons in the 30s and 40s as the technology is further refined? Probably not, because 6-inch auto-loaders just about got working and still had some issues in the mid-40s. The 8-inch auto-loaders were another step beyond that, although bizarrely enough the 8-inch autoloaders actually ended up working slightly better than the 6-inch autoloaders for reliability in the US Navy, which of course was the only Navy with the 8-inch autoloaders immediate post-World War II. So scaling that technology up again, like some vague ideas for a further variation on HMS Lion considered for the 16-inch guns, it would have been harder again to do. But it could have been done, but I don't think 30s or early 40s. You'd probably be talking late 40s, maybe even early 50s. But quite why they would be still working on that at that point is another matter. Theories and speculation. I'd like to know your opinion of the large battles during the First, Second and Third Punic Wars. I mean, I've been talking with a guy who has a fair bit of specialism in Roman naval battle history, and of course, as you know, I've interviewed a couple of other experts on who know quite a lot about that time period. It's not my personal major area of expertise, so I couldn't off the cuff go into extreme detail about those various battles, or exactly what names correspond to exactly which battles. But there are a number of interesting naval battles I know of during that period. There's including the fact that for a good chunk of it, the Romans start off hilariously awful at naval activities generally. And if any of you have watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and you've got that whole thing, you've got the whole bit about, we built a castle in a swamp and then it fell over, and then we built another castle in the swamp and then it fell over, and it goes on until eventually they've built so many castles and they've fallen into the swamp, they now have a decent foundation and the next castle stays up. A lot of the early Roman naval effort during the First, Second, and during the Punic Wars is pretty much, yeah, we don't know what we're doing with navies, but we're going to build one based on this random Carthaginian ship that washed ashore, and then we're going to lose that either in a battle or in a massive storm. But, you know, who cares? Let's build another several hundred ships, and then we lose those. And another several hundred ships, and we'll lose those. And another several hundred ships. And, oh, we actually got to use these in a battle for a change, and we won that one, so that's good. Let's try that again. And meanwhile, the Carthaginians are probably just sitting there with their heads in their hands going, we're the experts. We know how to build ships. We know how to man the ships. The Romans just keep sending more ships. Why? I mean, to be honest, the Punic Wars are very much an example of, you know, the Romans just going, we refuse to lose. I mean, yes, you have, like, the gods have sunk several thousand of our ships, and your general has massacred all of our legions and is literally sitting outside of our capital, but since we are still in said capital and not yet dead, we refuse to acknowledge we've lost. And they just keep refusing to acknowledge they've lost until reality comes into alignment with their desires. Oh yes, Batgoat pointing out the second one burnt down. The second one burnt first and then fell into the swamp. Gabriel Hawkins, with regards to my recent HMS Tiger question you answered in the regular session, do you think Australia or the Dutch could have modernised Tiger like Renown was, or better? It seems it would have been more valuable than an Alaska for less money. Yeah, possibly. I mean, with the collapse, the problem is that with the collapse of the treaty system came just a bit too late to save Tiger. So, and before that, Australia would have been in a bit of a problem trying to get their hands on it without violating said treaty system. So at that point, yeah, the Dutch, possibly, if they'd bought and modernised Tiger instead of the 1047 project, the Dutch certainly probably could have turned Tiger into a very interesting flagship for the defence of their Pacific colonies, the Dutch East Indies. Yeah, that actually would be a very interesting one. Except, of course, the only problem is if the British had sold Tiger to the Dutch, they would have been violating another part of the Washington Treaty, which says we won't sell warships to anyone. But they probably would have got away with that a bit more than they would have got with handing it off to the Australians before the treaty system broke down. Tijin, has a nation attempted to build a door closing mechanism to rapidly section off portions of a ship, or even a button to rapidly shut the door that you're in, perhaps power actuated? Yes, auto closing bulkhead doors have been a thing pretty much since the very beginning of the 20th century. There is, of course, the dramatic part of movies where people have to make the difficult decision to close hatches themselves, and occasionally that does happen, but ships back in as far as the 1900s and 1910s did have bulkhead doors that could be closed remotely from the bridge, specifically because, you know, people might be more worried with getting out or getting their friends out or not drowning or whatever than closing the doors that might actually keep the ship afloat. Jake Miller, what about New Zealand getting Tiger? Would have run into the same issues at the time Tiger was still around, with the fact Britain is following the naval treaty, so transferring it. The problem is Britain could transfer Tiger to Australia or New Zealand, but then Tiger would have, under the terms of the treaty, would have remained on their books as part of the Royal Navy, which by the London Treaty they needed to get rid of it, whereas sending it to the Netherlands would have taken it very definitely out of their books, which would have left them with the tonnage that they needed, but with the tonnage they needed to save. But it obviously would have fallen afoul of the another part of the treaty, which said you can't sell them, unless maybe they disarmed Tiger. Possibly, if you disarmed it, turned it into a training ship, and then transferred or sold it as a training ship, that might allow, and then maybe pulled off a Japanese-style thing where the 13.5-inch turrets were carefully warehoused away, and then when the treaty system collapsed, were shipped over and everything was re-equipped. Cody85. In 1935, the Japanese decided to build a force capable of attacking the US West Coast regularly. What would they need to build to make this possible? A miracle. Because they ain't doing it. You've got to build a ship that can do the trans-Pacific voyage, i.e. Japan to the US West Coast and back again. That's a lot of fuel. Which means it's going to be a very big ship, which means it's going to be a very expensive ship. And then you need to build enough of them that when you actually get to the West Coast, you can fight your way through the swarms of ships and aircraft the Americans will have waiting for you. So, access to several alternate dimension Japans, possibly. Maybe kind of a lighter, a stripped down Yamato. Maybe if you give it 6 18-inch guns and put the extra weight and volume saved into fuel tanks, maybe that can do it. But you'd need to build a bunch of them even then. Because in theory, yeah, at that point you can just send them across the Central Pacific and hope they don't get intercepted en route. But where are you going to find the shipyards to build that? Where are you going to find the resources to build it? Yeah, it's not going to happen. Mark Bass pointing out, yeah, they did occasionally have submarines that could pop up off of the US coast, but I'm assuming he means like actually do some damage rather than, oh no, I'm attacking an entire continent or half of an entire continent, because of course Canada is a thing, with a float plane. Whatever will the Americans do before the might of the terrible sea submarine based float plane with its two tiny bombs? Ninja X Alpaca, if you're tasked with making a 1945 super destroyer, using the best aspect or technology from each major power's respective ships, what does this ship look like? Super destroyer, cruiser, battleship, carrier. To be honest, that's relatively easy, because we kind of actually know what they would have looked like from various designs that either were built or were at least put down on paper. And effectively, because of the advance of technology and the fact that, you know, the losing sides were being generally battered into submission, with maybe one or two... Actually, no. Radar-wise, no. Yeah, pretty much it's actually just take the best of British and US technology and throw them together, which is, to a certain extent, what was going on anyway. Because Japanese carrier design had fallen behind. Battleship design also fallen behind. The Yamato's a little bit impractical anyway. Same with the Germans. Same with their cruisers. Same with their destroyers. Basically, the Axis powers had all fallen behind compared to the winning sides. So at that point, you know, carriers pick Midway or Malta, depending on what you think it offers the better balance. That is the Malta and Midway are two slightly different versions of the merge of the best of British and American carrier design. Battleships, effectively, I mean, as you know, I have issues with the super heavy shell for the 16-inch 50, so conventional weight, so probably at that point, British 16-inch shell combined with British armour on a Montana hull and do a long Tanner. So 33 knot Montana variant using 16-inch 50 guns with conventional weight shells and British-made armour for battleship. Heavy cruiser, light cruiser, probably Des Moines and the believe it or not, the Minotaur, the Tier 10 British cruiser in World Warships, is actually a historical design. So Minotaur for the light cruiser, Des Moines for the heavy cruiser, with the variation being that then the reason I chose the Minotaur rather than the Worcester is because the British twin 6-inch autoloader guns actually worked slightly longer than the American ones did. But, you know, for both of them, what AA do you choose? Auto-loading 3-inch, auto-loading 4.5, 5-inch 41, or 5-inch 51, 54, I think. Much of a muchness. They're all pretty decent. And then Super Destroyer. Again, depends on what you think of something like the Daring's 4.5s versus the Gearing's 5-inch 38s. You know, pick your poison, stick it on either hull. Probably the Gearing's... Actually, the Gearing's bigger, so... Is the Gearing bigger? I don't know. But, I mean, you know, sort of mash a Gearing and a Daring together with the bits that you think are best, and that's it. Gabriel Hawkins, if you were King or Nimitz, how many Typhoons would you permit Halsey to sail through before firing him? If I was King or Nimitz, one. But I understand why they didn't, because of the morale issues. But, you know, I'm not them. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't fire Halsey, to be fair. He made a mistake in judgment. It's a very major mistake in judgment, but it was, yeah. As I've said before, with Halsey, I probably would have tried to explain to him, without explaining to him that he's just being far too reckless at this stage in the war. I'd probably have tried to move him to a slightly smaller, more compact command where he can do less damage, but making it sound like it was good for him. Basically, okay, something like, okay, you can have the prestige of commanding, you know, the big US carrier task force, but then, you know, you're at the back of the line and you've got all this admin, etc. Or we can give you this, like, fast carrier task group that's effectively our forward-ranging scouts. And then you don't have to worry about supporting the landings and all of this. We're just going to task you purely with hunting down and destroying any remaining Japanese shipping. He might actually go for that. and you'd probably be fairly good at it without risking, the majority of the US fast carriers and compromising things like the landings at Leyte. Gabriel Hawkins, if Russia won Tsushima and the Russo-Japanese War, would the Russian or Soviet Navy likely be more formidable in World War I and World War II? In World War I, yes, because they'd have more ships. In World War II, if they still have the communist revolution, that's pretty much going to total everything else. Well, the takeover of communism pretty much resets the Russian Navy, so I don't think it's going to have all that much effect, because any having more ships as a result of winning the Russo-Japanese War isn't going to matter, because they're all pre-dreadnought. So by World War I, you have the Ganguts and etc., etc. You're just going to have those left over. Maybe one or two get completed earlier because the Navy has a bit more prestige, but with the revolution, there's still going to be a collection of mostly obsolete ships by World War II. So, yeah, more formidable World War I, no real effect on II. Oh boy, I can feel my voice beginning to go. Derp Squad suggesting put Halsey in charge of a war bond drive and tell him he's in charge of funding the war effort. Oh dear, that would be an amusing thing. It is a little bit unfair to him because Halsey was actually not an awful tactician, but in many ways Halsey does remind me of a US Navy version of the soldier from Team Fortress 2. I know it's an imperfect and unfair, but it is quite funny to think about. Modern 6292. British battleships and battlecruisers of World War II seem to have a reverse Prince Eugen vampiric luck, with one of each class being lost. For example, Repulse, Prince of Wales, Barham, Royal Oak. Any thoughts on this? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Hood is obviously one of its own, so yeah, one Hood type battlecruiser is lost. It just happens to be the only one. But yes, other than that, it is bizarre in that the British managed to lose exactly one of each big gun capital ship class that they have. Carriers is another matter entirely. Carriers are either there's one lucky ship or nothing happened, or nothing gets sunk at all. Basically, if you're a pre-war British carrier and your name isn't Furious, good luck surviving. If you are an immediately pre- or wartime British carrier, i.e. the Illustriouses and Implacables, you're basically unsinkable. Not invulnerable, but you won't sink. GeoGuy, 2 QEs. New. Warspite didn't sink. Malaya didn't sink, although it got used as target practice later on. Yes, the Italians crippled Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, but they were both back in action. Valiant then got dropped in a dry dock. No, it's just Barham went down. Oh, Talkie Walkie Meaty Pete points out, yes, both Nelsons survived, didn't they? Yes, actually, that's a point. The Nelsons dodged that curse. Well done. Forgot about those. Although the Italians did their level best, taking out the poor old cheese aboard Nelson with a torpedo strike from a torpedo bomber. Altira Mungara, top 5 coffee table naval history books. Genuinely, I don't know. Because as far as I'm aware, coffee table books are kind of these big books that exist mainly to go, ooh, pretty pictures, and not a lot else. At least as far that's what I think they are supposed to be. I think that's how they're supposed to be. Yeah, I don't tend to have those. About the only ones I can think of that would be possibly in that category would be the Perkins Guides to Ship Recognition, and that's because they are literally the size of a small coffee table. So they're coffee table naval history books in that sense. Captain Seafort pointing out Argus survived with the pre-war carriers. Yes, but is August... August, yes, technically is a carrier, but she's never really on a frontline role. Yeah. I always have issues with Argus, because, I mean, she is definitely a carrier. She's much more of a carrier than Langley is by World War II, because Langley's become a seaplane tender conversion. But unlike basically every other flight deck the British have, she's not put on frontline taskings. She's basically an aircraft ferry for the most part, and she doesn't even do that much convoy run duty, which even the escort carriers do. Excuse me. I mean, there are some naval picture books, but a lot of those exist. At least a lot of the ones I've seen, mostly exist as a way of publishing previously unpublished pictures. So I don't know if they count as coffee table. Kendall Hannon, how were civilian ocean liners or ships requisitioned by the Admiralty, e.g. Britannic? Were the owners compensated for both the seizure and any loss? Varied. So if we're talking about British ocean liners, some of them actually had clauses built into their contracts that gave the Admiralty the right to take them over in time of war, and the owners accepted an Admiralty subsidy towards their construction, basically pre-compensation, which obviously if there wasn't a war they got to keep. If there was a war they had to accept that the ship would be used. If the ship was just taken up into service, then the owners might receive a certain degree of compensation at the time, and if the ship was lost they might receive further compensation. But it would vary depending on, let's say, if did they have a pre-existing contract with the Admiralty, and what did that say? If they didn't, then what could they get out of the Admiralty? Because early on, you're more likely to get more generous terms, whereas if it's later in the war and the Admiralty's just like, we need this ship, that's it, you'll probably get the bare minimum. But yes, owners did receive some compensation if their ships were taken up into service, and if they lost them, it just depended on how much. Chloe Hennessy. During World War II, the 5-inch 38 was used a lot, but today we see ships using the 5-inch 50s or even 60 to gain longer range and more accuracy. Why didn't they do this in World War II? Or was it power to technology? The reason for the 5-inch 38 was to allow for a good dual-purpose weapon. So the US already knew how to build longer barrel 5-inch guns. They had 5-inch 51 caliber guns back as secondary batteries on their World War I ships, and actually further back still. Then they come up with a 5-inch 25, which was a very fast-moving, decent AA gun. But because of its very short barrel, it was basically useless as a surface-to-surface action secondary. And so they were faced with this quandary of, you can have a very short barrel gun, which is very good at AA but pretty useless at surface action, or you can have a long barrel weapon, which is good at surface action, but with the power training technology, etc., and loading, etc., of the time, would make a relatively poor anti-aircraft weapon. And so they went with a kind of a halfway house with a 5-inch 38, which had just long enough of a barrel to make a decent-ish surface-to-surface weapon. It wasn't the best of the secondary batteries for surface action, but it was okay. But it did make for a pretty darn good AA piece, which turned out to be the more important of the two. Whereas by the end of the war, even, they had figured out how to get power training technology and loading technology up to a point where a much longer barrel weapon, which would be much better for surface action and also have a longer range of AA engagements, i.e. the 5-inch 54, could be manufactured and put in, and that's what they were going to have on the Midways and the Montanas and so on and so forth. So That's why now you've got 50 and 60 caliber, etc. weapons that can do both, basically, because power training and loading technology has advanced. Whew. Cow Two Face, inspired by your video on if Admiral Lee had got his battleship fight versus Yamato, had the British got to go up against Yamato and company, what would you send? So, well, if you've seen the 2009 Star Trek film, the first reboot film with Chris Pine, etc., if you've seen the villain of the piece, Nero, when he just goes, "Fire everything!" My approach, if you were told I'm the Royal Navy and I've got to fight Yamato and all the other surviving Japanese battleships, would be like, send everything. King George V, Duke of York, Anson, Howe, Queen Elizabeth, Valiant, Warspite, Renown, might as well. Richelieu, because she's fighting with us, so yeah, come on, you're coming along for the fight as well. The only ones I wouldn't take would be take Rodney and Nelson as well, if Rodney's still working at this point. The only ones I wouldn't take would be the R's and Malaya, because they're actually far too slow. I mean, half of the ships I just named are probably a little bit too slow, but they're not as slow. I can probably rely on them all to keep up about 24 knots, whereas the R's and Malaya I really can't. So, yeah, basically any ship that can hit 23 to 24 knots, you're coming with me. And also, I'm fighting a night action. Yeah, that would be quite amusing. Because, yeah, because of the cancellation of the Lions, the Royal Navy doesn't have anything equivalent to the South Dakotas or Yamatos, bearing in mind that the King George V are contemporary with the North Carolinas. So, who cares about honour and fair fights? It's the flipping Yamato I'm sending in every single gun that we've got. Yeah, Rodney will probably go in a tow if it could, but or it would make itself work. And yes, of course, as Blogsboys have pointed out, Rodney and Nelson might get this sneaky torpedo or two in, which would be quite amusing. I'm just imagining Yamato burning stem to stern, unable to respond, and then Rodney and Nelson going in on a Pirates of the Caribbean 3 style double bracket, volleying all their heavy torpedoes into it from on either side. Matthew Sanderson, thoughts on what could happen if Cesarevich or whatever wasn't hit in the bridge at the Battle of Yellow Sea? I mean, the Pacific Squadron was the best squadron that the Russians had at the time. If the Russians don't lose their commander at that point in the engagement, the battle's probably going to go somewhat better for them, but they still do have a problem that is literally all they've got. The Japanese still do have more ships to send in, so it probably would have gone down as a win for them, but long term probably doesn't affect the overall outcome of the war that much. Jake Miller asks, why would you fight a night action against the Japanese? Because they're really good at night actions. Because by the time that this battle is happening, in presumably about 44, I have gunnery and search radar on practically every capital ship that floats, and the Japanese don't, which now means I have the advantage in night action. I mean, the Japanese, yeah, they're good at night actions, but the British are also good at night actions, and as I say, by 44, I've got the radar advantage, which they now don't have, so I can see them much further out and range for gunnery much further out than their optical systems can see. And also, the Japanese have really good optical fire control systems, so why would I put myself in a position where they've actually got a decent chance of their fire control system matching mine, when I can put myself in a circumstance where I can shoot and they can't see? Aluminium fence says pronounced Sariyevich. No, Zariyevich? Zariyevich, possibly. GeoGuy. Would a delay in the start of World War II mean that more post-treaty battleships and super battleships could have been completed? Yes, depends on how much of a delay. A delay of a year or two, and Lion and Temeraire will have been advanced enough that it won't be worth cancelling them. Richelieu and Jean Bart will probably complete. Shinano will probably complete as a Yamato. I don't think the H-39s will... No, the H-39s won't have progressed far enough to then complete, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, 41, putting everything back to 41, and thus theoretically pushing the Pacific War back a little bit as well. Maybe a Montana or two will get completed. Further on you go, you know, and obviously Impero and Roma both would be in action. If you push it 3 or 4 years out, then maybe one or both of the H-39s get completed. Conqueror and Thunderer get completed. Vanguard gets completed. Maybe another Vanguard and the last 2 Lions also. The whole of the Montanas. Maybe the Italians start work on a Littorio successor. We get to figure out and find out what Clemenceau and Gascogne would have looked like. The Russians probably would have completed Sovietsky Soyuz and maybe 1 or 2 of the others. Yeah. Brandon Larson, if you could bring back 5 naval officers, each from a different nation who are from history, back to life and hold a prominent role in their navies nowadays, who would you choose and why? I'd bring back Admiral Zheng He just to see what would happen in China. Just to watch the hilarity and the chaos. 5 naval officers from a different nation who from history. I'd probably bring back De Ruyter for the Dutch. Again, mostly for the amusement of seeing De Ruyter put in command of De Ruyter, the ship. I'd bring back Admiral Lee, and just give him a chance, another chance to command a big US fleet in action if there is another war. That's 3. Who else? Oh, when those Greek frigates were charging around after the Turkish oil exploration ship and its escorts, bring back Themistocles and stick him on a Greek frigate. That would amuse me greatly. And then who else could we bring back? People suggesting people like Fisher and Cunningham. Yes, but they said from a different nation, so I'm presuming not Britain. Trying to decide who else. Yeah. I mean, we've already given the US Admiral Lee, so I'm trying to think of another nation. because this is each from a different nation. So the US has already got theirs. So the problem is a lot of major navies from ages past now aren't that major, so it wouldn't have much of an effect. Oh, yeah, let's bring back Admiral Cochrane. He fought for like 6 different navies or something ridiculous like that. So, yeah, bring back Admiral Cochrane and let all the various navies that he actually served with fight over who gets him. And that's the last of the Iron Brew. Master Veggie, in World War II, which major naval Axis victory would have been the most dramatically shortened? So, which major Axis naval victory would have most dramatically shortened or otherwise influenced the war if this victory had been a defeat? Pearl Harbor. Rip out the core of the Kido Butai at the start of the war, and that rolls back everything in the Pacific quite quickly. The thing is, I mean, I suppose if you count the invasion of Norway as a general major Axis naval victory, that might actually have significantly shortened or influenced the war quite a lot. Or perhaps more specifically Narvik. So if when the German destroyers enter the fjord, if the 2 Norwegian coastal defense ships are a bit more aggressive and there's more Norwegian ships, destroyers, etc., and the weather is clear so they can see the Germans coming, and so they just engage them as soon as the Germans enter gun range and just batter them as they approach, thus depriving the Germans of the win at Narvik, and then the British are able to show up and reinforce and hold Narvik and possibly hold at least northern Norway, possibly all of Norway. That would probably have a fairly dramatic influence on the war, because apart from anything else, it would make the Arctic convoys a heck of a lot easier. Thank you very much, Batgoat. Mark Bass asks, I've heard when people die from hypothermia on land, sometimes they find the victim either partially or fully undressed. Are there stories of this phenomena happening when people freeze in the water after their ship has sunk? I don't know, to be honest, because the problem is I have a feeling if you die from hypothermia on land, you just gradually shut down, and then maybe you do something crazy right at the end. Whereas hypothermia in the water will sap you of energy and strength a lot quicker. So, I mean, I'm not obviously completely au fait with the exact details about how people die in water when it comes to things like that, but I have a feeling it probably happens just a little bit too quickly for anything much beyond, just the generic I'm actually legitimately freezing to death, help, and then drown. I think it's probably just too quick a process. Vintage car history, hello, and asking questions there in the chat that, well, everyone else can answer. But I mean, I can tell you that in answer to that question, vintage car history, they're asking how, besides his own channel, which is excellent, by the way, if you and deserves a lot more subs. So if you do like vintage car history, as the channel name suggests, I certainly do, then go and have a look at the channel and subscribe, because there's some quite interesting early automotive history there. But yes, his question is, how many other YouTubers have been inspired or advised by myself? Inspired by? Don't know. Maybe a few. I know a few people have said they've been inspired to think about starting a channel. I don't know how many people have directly started a channel because of me, other than vintage car history, but I've certainly given some advice to people. I think maybe about just over half a dozen at least that I can recall. Steve Windish saying a long and prolonged battle for Norway would probably hurt the Allies more once German air power came in, Aegean Sea losses all over again. It depends. If the Allies actually have northern Norway, then they will have airfields that they can base their own aircraft out of. And the other thing is, the longer that Norway goes on, the longer the Germans can't invade France, which, keeps France in the war longer as well. Knight 6831, should the Type 83 destroyers be named the Hood class, and how many VLS would likely be intended for it? Not the Hood class, Admiral class maybe, if they make them big enough. As far as how many VLS would likely be intended for it, depends. If they take up my design, many. But they haven't even, to be honest, the Type 83, despite some rather ambitious ideas about when they're going to have them in service, we've got the Type 31, which we still don't know what details about. Then you've got the Type 32, which we know next to nothing about. And then beyond that, we've got the Type 83, which is much, much bigger than either of them. And we know nothing really about other than what its ambition is supposed to do. Loke asks, you've mentioned an English frigate squadron commander escorting a few East Indiamen who ended up in the sights of a larger French force. He bamboozled the French with a quick dash of paint, etc. How did they not spot this endeavour? Were the optics really that bad? Optics at the time were basically a telescope, and a lot of the larger East Indiamen actually did legitimately resemble ships of the line, at least superficially. So if you paint them up appropriately so they look like they've got fake gun ports, they manoeuvre as if they're part of a squadron, well, at that point, if you've just got a handheld telescope, and bear in mind this is in the sort of Indian Ocean Pacific area, so there's going to be a lot of heat shimmer on the water, you're going to be seeing a slightly blurry, indistinct image, and what you can gather from that is that there's some ships that are definitely frigates manoeuvring around and escorting a column of ships that seem to be quite large. The paint seems to indicate they have multiple gun decks, and they're all moving together in a military formation. So effectively, the problem you have there is that you could close to a point where the visuals will become a lot clearer and might let you determine what's going on with a bit more clarity if you have reason to doubt what is actually happening. But in so doing, you'll get close enough that the enemy frigates, which are definitely frigates, might be able, if you're wrong and those are ships of the line, then the enemy frigates will probably run you down and engage you with confidence, knowing that they have heavy backup. So even if you manage to cripple them, as long as they can damage your rigging or hull, they're not going to care, because then at that point the ships of the line will overhaul and destroy or capture you. And so given that the option, if you're wrong, is you get completely destroyed, it's not worth the risk, basically. USS Grey Ghost, Omaha versus World War II German light cruiser. Who would win, a World War I scout cruiser or a cruiser that would come apart after hit by the first wave? The Omahas aren't exactly much better protected or less fragile themselves, to be honest. In a calm water environment, to be completely fair to the Königsbergs, they do have more guns, and they're in triple turrets, so the grouping should be slightly tighter. But it is, even more than Lexington versus Admiral class, it's going to be a battle of glass cannons. Whoever gets hit first is probably going to get hit badly enough that they'll decide the battle. Yeah, and to further answer your question, Loki, if that had been in the North Sea or the Atlantic, assuming there wasn't a mist or something, it probably wouldn't have worked, or may not have worked quite as well as it did. But in those specific circumstances, it definitely was something that obviously they successfully pulled off and was fairly legitimate. And yeah, it will be a Wednesday video at some point. in and of itself, it's probably not long enough to be a Wednesday video, but there are a number of very interesting small frigate actions in the Napoleonic Wars that are probably grouped together as a kind of exemplar case of interesting things you can do. Moon Brothers asking, I would love to hear your opinion on the wreck of HMS Orpheus. I will have to find out what happened to HMS Orpheus. It sounds like it should be a Cold War wreck. Yes, Orpheus was an Oberon class sub. Oh, but you could be referring to the Corvette as well. Okay, Moon Brothers, if you drop me a line via Discord message or via email, then I'll give you a rundown of my thoughts in the next couple of days. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't know enough off the top of my head about the wreck of the 1860s Orpheus to give you an answer here and now. Captain Seafort asks, if World War... So we're now into chat questions, believe it or not, for as long as my voice lasts. Captain Seafort asks, if World War I didn't happen and a Queen Elizabeth-type Agincourt was built with 6 18-inch guns and small tube boilers, would the effect on the other navies have been greater or less than Dreadnought? Slightly less, because it would have been... And how would Congress react when the US Navy asks for something that can cope with it? It would be slightly less than Dreadnought because it would be an outgrowth of a pre-existing design trend, albeit skipping one or two modes. Small tube QE with 6 18-inch guns is probably almost certainly going to be assigned to the battlecruiser fleet because of the speed and number of weapons. But people would basically view it as kind of a British attempt to not quite reset, but almost reset the race again, because then rather than just going one up with guns, they've kind of skipped a step and gone, whereas everyone would have gone sort of 16.5-inch guns in the next step after the 15s, they've gone straight to the 18s. It would depend then on what the British do. If it remains as a one-off, it might just drive everyone towards 15 or 16-inch guns, with it just being an odd one, whereas if the British think that it works and they keep going and they then do whatever follows the R's and the Agincourt as 18-inch, then to be honest, 18-inch guns against 11, 12, 13-inch armor, yeah, at that point it almost is a kind of a soft reset on the race, because only ships that have guns strong enough to defeat that ship's armor, i.e. probably 15-inch and maybe some of the 14s, would even be viable anymore, and they don't have the armor to resist, but they do at least have the armor to hurt, whereas ships with small guns, so the less powerful 14s, 12-inch, 11-inch, 13.5-inch, at that point don't have the firepower to hurt this ship, and they don't have the armor to resist it, so then almost in the same boat as pre-dreadnoughts were before. Chuck Marble, I'm sure you've answered this in the past, but where do you find the music intro for your videos? They were on a royalty-free music site that has subsequently vanished. So I've still got the original full-length versions of each track, but all of the detail on artist, etc., was on those sites. So yeah, I'm in almost as much of a little bit of a haze as everybody else as to where exactly do those things ultimately come from, other than I know that they were, royalty-free music that I could use. Derp Squad asks, with regards to a cargo submarine, how would having a large cargo hatch in the top of the pressure hull affect the diving capacity of the sub? Would the cargo be limited to something like an I-400 hangar? No, not exactly. I mean, you can look at the Deutschland-class cargo subs of the Imperial German Navy during World War One, to show that you can have a fairly large amount of cargo put into the pressure hull. amongst other things. Yeah, it probably would overall limit how deep you can dive, but then again, these are supposed to be cargo subs. They're not diving deep for combat purposes. They only have to dive deep enough to not be visible from the surface, and that includes from the air. So they don't have to go massively deep down. So the pressure hatch, a large pressure hatch or multiple hatches, probably wouldn't have as much of an effect as you might think. And bear in mind as well, when you look at something like the I-400 or even HMS M2, those big doors on the hangar, they're pretty substantial, and they could go fairly deep on those. So even if the actual hull space cargo was full of food and men and things like that could fit through a normal hatch, and they were just fitting light tanks and artillery broken down into hangars with clamshell doors or whatever, like the I-400 or the M2, that would still be a fairly substantial capacity. Jake Miller, where can I buy an anti-aircraft gun or small turret from World War II? It depends. If you're in the United States, I presume there are dealers for this kind of thing. I mean, you can buy tanks and stuff quite easily in the States, so I'm fairly sure there'll be 20mm Oerlikons or 40mm Beauforts floating around. Just depends on what condition you can get them in. If you're elsewhere, I don't know. In the UK, I suspect you would have great difficulty securing one because it would be potentially an active weapon. IO2, if you were put in charge of... Whoa, where's that gone? Ah, there you go. IO2, if you're put in charge of a Royal Navy carrier procurement and construction in June 1944, what ships would you cancel, order more of, or prioritise, etc., both with and without future knowledge? Without future knowledge, it's difficult to say. Stupid Robot Fighting League, thank you very much. Saying I have a nice beard. Yeah, so without future knowledge, not entirely sure. With future knowledge, I think I've mentioned this before. In fact, I may have even mentioned it earlier on the stream. I would cancel... I don't know if I would cancel the Audaciouses. I might cancel the Audacious class. But what I would do is... I mean, my ideal vision, and I've run the numbers for this, it would actually be legitimately cheaper long term, would be to build the 4 Maltas, build 4 of the Centaur class as support ships. I mean, ideally, building 4 Audacious as support ships would be even better, but, you know, realistically speaking, and this is what I've calculated the numbers for anyway, so I would probably, I'd build 4 Centaurs. If I have to build Ark Royal and Eagle, then I'd build Ark Royal and Eagle. Definitely order the 4 Maltas and stop everything else. And then once the war comes to a close, then pay off the armoured carriers, the Illustriouses and Implacables, flog off the Colossuses and Majestics to anyone who wants them. Oh, that's exactly what you can do. Right, so yeah, flog off the Colossuses and Majestics to those who want them. Keep the Illustriouses and Implacables around as training carriers for the minute while my grand plan is completing. Build the Centaurs as support ships and helicopter carriers to support the Maltas. Keep the Maltas slightly on ice for a while. Build Ark Royal and Eagle. get them in the water relatively quickly. Don't hold on to them the way that they held on to Ark Royal historically. And then instead of Majestic, was it Majestic? I think it's Majestic, and Melbourne going off to Canada and Australia, offer them, right, Canada, you can have Ark Royal, whatever you want to call it now, and Australia can have Eagle, so they each get an Audacious class carrier. I'm keeping my 4 Centaur support carrier helicopter carriers, and then all of this brings me to a point where I can keep going with the construction of the Maltas and build them from the ground up as angled flight deck carriers. So that'd be my my long-term plan. So then the Royal Navy goes into the 50s with 4 angled flight deck supercarriers, 4 Centaurs acting as support ships, and the Canadian and Australian navies both have an Audacious, at which point I can flog off, scrap, etc. all the Colossuses and Majestics. They weren't designed to last too long anyway, but I can give them away like party gifts to everybody who wants one. And the Illustriouses and Implacables, at that point, they've served their purpose, but unfortunately with their low hangar heights, they need to go to the scrapyard. Don't waste money converting Victorious. And then I have a nice solid 8 carrier fleet, which will last a long time. Florian Wirtz asks, were spotters especially picked and trained personnel like sonar operators? Yes. So when you were going into aircraft and such like, you do end up being put in certain specialized positions. So pilots are fairly self-explanatory. You have to be a good pilot. Observers would be trained separately because of their skills in radio operation and observing. And then obviously gunners receive specialist gunnery training. So, and spotters on board a ship as well. Yes, you would be picked for exceptional eyesight and an ability to discern things in low light conditions, haze, etc. I mean, anyone can be put on spotting duty, but if someone's going to be specifically assigned as a spotter, you do want them to be the best at what they can do. Loki, I guess it's going to be quite hard to spot a couple of blokes on the whole of the ship painting. Yeah, the painting had been completed by the time it had been completed by the time the French ships got close enough to actually see anything other than sails and masts. Knight 6831, the Type 31 weapons outfit is known. Kind of. What they think it's going to be at the moment is known, but what hull we're going to be... well, we know what hull we're going to be putting it on, but... Let's just put it this way. Given what happened with the Type 45 and the Type 26, I'm not going to trust that we actually know what the Type 31's actual weapons outfit is going to be until pretty much they start laying the keel down. And possibly not even then. Militaristics, yes. Well, so far I'm well, except for being very tired. I'm just going to move the screen so I'm not just constantly looking off to the left. How good, Hypertron DE asks, how good would a Koenig class have been a Koenig class battleship as heavily modified as an Italian World War II battleship? Not bad, but not as good as the Italian ones. It would have had less firepower because remember the Italians dropped the central turret, so that would have left the German ship with 8 12-inch guns, which, I mean, that's not particularly brilliant firepower even by World War I standards. Even if you bore them out, etc., you're still not going to have a tremendous amount of firepower left over present for that period. The Italian ships are just a bit better suited for that. I'd say maybe it'd be 80-85% as effective as Italian modernization, assuming it was modified in the same manner. USS Grey Ghost, USS Constitution versus 2 of your British ships and winning. I don't know what that means. Reading Railroad Fan, why does it seem like US heavy cruiser development during the interwar years took so long? Basically because there wasn't a major rush to build loads and loads of them all at once. But simultaneously, the US actually needed a cruiser fleet. So they were, to a certain degree, taking an approach of design a class, build a class, see what we can learn from that class, then build the next one, as opposed to a much more rapid-fire iterative process where maybe the major changes learned from the first class might not come in until 2 or 3 classes down the line. Plus, there was an interruption caused by the division between light and heavy cruisers in the London Naval Treaty, where 8-inch cruisers went on a bit of a hiatus while they were building 6-inch 10,000-ton cruisers, and then they came back to the 8-inch cruiser later on. And to be honest, you see that across the board with everyone except pretty much Japan. Japan obviously does the Megami, which are technically 8-inch cruisers just in disguise. But I mean, the British, they build the counties in various subclasses, and then they build the Yorks, which are diminutives, and then they just don't build heavy cruisers anymore. They're planning on restarting heavy cruiser production in the late 30s, but don't get around to it because, war. Nagato 2044, what if in the early 40s the leadership of the Japanese Navy and Army had a katana duel? Would that put an end to their rivalries in World War II? Well, it would probably put a permanent end to the rivalries of the officers involved. It would probably just make everything worse for the others, because whoever's officers lost would then be even more hilariously disregarded and bullied by whichever service's officers won. Which will probably just lead to even more tension. Okay, I'm beginning to run out of voice now. Chihuahua, could a Königsberg light cruiser defeat a York-class heavy cruiser? Probably not. Something like Exeter or York, I would expect, could smash a Königsberg up pretty handily. Nosdormu 89, I understand the scout cruiser concept didn't work. Why was this, and what would you do to make it work? So they kept trying this scout cruiser concept. Scout cruisers go back a long way back before World War One. Essentially, the idea is they want something as fast as a destroyer, but destroyers are short range, so it's got to be long range, which makes it a cruiser because it's got to be bigger to carry the fuel. But if it's bigger and it's carrying the fuel and it's got the displacement, then you've got to give it some heavier armament than the destroyer, because effectively what people wanted was just a long range destroyer. But once you've upscaled it enough to give it the range necessary, you've effectively invented a small cruiser. But people would then, in order to maintain the range and the speed, give it just enough armament so that you could justify the cost of this big fast ship compared to a destroyer, but it would still be considerably less capable than the average cruiser in a straight up gunfight. And then you have your scout cruiser. The problem you have is that effectively when it shows up, it's relatively lightweight, which means that even though it's bigger than a destroyer, it's still quite badly affected by heavy sea state. And then when it does show up, it doesn't have the firepower to fight off the general light cruisers, protected cruisers, armoured cruisers, whatever might be in the enemy fleet screen. And so, given that its job is scouting, well, the enemy's cruisers are there and block you from scouting. So your entire thing is like, yes, we know where the enemy cruiser screen is, don't know much else other than that. And That's basically why it failed. That and the fact that, making anything even small cruiser size move that quickly just started to become very expensive very quickly. The Omaha class are a good example of that. For their time, they're very big, fairly heavily armed, but also hilariously expensive. Grey Ghost, when the competition is closed, then I will tell everyone how close they got. This is about the competition for the 250k sub competition. And yeah, sorry that took so long to launch. Manufacturing, etc. Took a little bit of a longer to get going. Amnuk asking about the U571. Let me just go and double check. But as of earlier today, it's not looking awful. Let's have a look. Okay, earlier today, the dispute had not been addressed, but apparently the copyright owner has disagreed with your dispute and reaffirmed their content ID claim to your video. So I'm going to have to appeal it, which is going to reset the okay, this is going to be interesting. And this is all happening live. So so everyone's aware, the U571 video, it was copyright struck. I said no, this is fair use. This is content. This is a review and criticism. So it's protected under copyright law. And then as up to today, so two and a half weeks after I put it up, they hadn't responded. They've now today responded and said, no, we're maintaining it. So now I can appeal it. If I appeal it, then they can either approve or reject the appeal or let it expire, which there's another restart, starts a 30-day countdown. And then but the difference is that then now with this appeal, if they can then ask for the video to be removed from YouTube, and then the channel gets a copyright strike. If the video is taken down, and you believe it's a mistake, I can still submit a counter notification. Okay, so I'm gonna submit a yeah, because I'm pretty sure I will. I'm pretty sure I'll win a counter notification. So let's just do that now. Okay, I'm going to have to do that later because I have to fill in a lot more detail. There's a bit more I have to do there. Couchy Face, why did the Germans use Schleswig-Holstein in the attack on Poland and not one of the Scharnhorsts? Using the Scharnhorst would have been far too obvious and also potentially opened a very valuable capital ship up to attack by Polish submarines or destroyers that might be in the area, whereas Schleswig-Holstein to a certain degree was expendable and also far less obvious when it was actually just going there, because ostensibly would have been on a training mission. Franklin video is just going to have to be redone. That's a completely different story. The claim is just as invalid, but let's just put it this way. I'm not dealing with that particular individual. OT asks, were there any black people in the Royal Navy in World War II? Yes. There have been people of all sorts of varying skin colours in the Royal Navy as far back as the Mary Rose and before that as well. Charles Monroe, can't you join Nebula and put the video up there? I think Nebula is an invitation-only thing. As far as I'm aware. So I don't know if I can join Nebula. If I could and put it up there, then I probably would, but yeah. Derp Squad saying it's probably not worth risking the strike. Possibly. In fact, you know, might as well do that. Let's create a poll. There you go. Here is a poll. I've put a poll up. Hopefully that should go up in a second. Basically, everyone vote on whether I should just appeal the strike or just host it elsewhere. Because the other thing I can do at the moment is the bit that they've claimed, bizarrely enough, is about 5 minutes. 5 minutes of the video. So it's overall it's an hour-long video. So I could just trim out that section and see what happens, whether or not they go after other bits. The commentary would still be there, just lacking some of the pictures. The people claiming it apparently are Universal Pictures Vobile and Studio Canal. But anyway, let's get back to questions. Yes means... Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, basically, yes means appeal the strike. No means just don't leave the strike alone and host it elsewhere. Yeah, no. If no wins, then I'll trim out the segment, see what happens, see if they claim other bits of it, and look for an alternate hosting site. Vintage Car History saying appeal. I've gone through the process with another channel, and if you push back, they'll back off. Hopefully. Grey Ghost. British cruiser sub versus French cruiser sub in a gunfight. No torpedoes allowed. Well, the only British cruiser sub was X1, which technically has more fast-firing guns. Surcouf has harder hitting guns, but considering hitting anything with a submarine is going to be pretty darn difficult, probably Surcouf, because if it, as and when it lands a hit, it will probably actually cause more damage. Yeah, Kieran Evans, I use short clips. They've just been a bit silly. Miles McCaskill, did your super chat about KGVs get missed? It possibly must have done. I thought I got all of them. K-Wolfex, Emden sank Zemchug with a torpedo from an underwater tube. Did any other surface ship ever score a hit for shore from underwater torpedo tubes? The only other one I think is Rodney versus Bismarck. Derp Squad says if they ignore your appeal, they win and you get a strike. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's how I read it, but it says if they let it expire, it results in the release of the content ID count. If they approve your appeal or fail to take action, the claim will be released. It's if they reject your appeal, they can remove it, which results in a strike. So, well, let's see. Yeah, okay, so, Yo Beef Jerky, yes, your question has been answered in here. Yeah, I remember answering it earlier. Okay, I'm going to answer one or two more questions and then draw things to a close, because it's half an hour to midnight here. Knight 6831, how flawed was the T-class submarine? The World War II era one, it wasn't too bad, actually. It didn't have the same kind of range as some of the US fleet subs, which is probably its single biggest failing. But other than that, it was a decent, large long-range sub. So it had a hilarious amount of forward firepower for just volleying out 10 torpedoes in one go. And it would have worked very well in most scenarios, just the Pacific wasn't necessarily the best place for it in the circumstances that arose. For the Pacific War, the Royal Navy was thinking of fighting with multiple different bases, including Singapore, etc. It would have been perfectly fine. It's just they designed it with a view of having all these small bases, whereas the US designed their fleet subs with what turned out to be a slightly better scenario in mind, which was, or more realistic scenario in mind, which was operating from one base further back and just having a long time to wander around and do things. Kaiju Director, follow up to my last question on the glorious 1st of June. Would you have tried to hunt down the French grain convoy, and would its loss have made any difference for the next 20 years? It's probably worth a shot. And yes, that amount of grain would have caused some serious problems if it had been lost and then taken, or just lost, to be honest. So it's definitely worth having a go if you've got enough ships to follow up and pursue it. But, you know, the glorious 1st of June was very much a knockdown and drag out battle. So, okay, I'm going to end the poll. The vast majority of people say to appeal a strike. So I'll look into the finer details of it. I don't have to respond immediately. Yeah, I might actually, Derp Squad, that's a good idea. I might actually email a solicitor and see what they say. Maybe Leonard French will respond. You never know. So yeah, that's not a bad idea actually. Let me put that on my to-do list. Because I've got a few more days to sort that out. Okay, so last question comes from Colin Cameron. He says, if World War II didn't happen, so the US Navy does not get a lot of funding and there's no naval treaties, therefore Japan remains a UK ally, can Japan take and keep the Philippines, etc., if a war breaks out? I think it depends quite a lot. Frank Spazzato, yes, I have seen the Beetlejuice, yes. So yeah, can Japan take and keep the Philippines? Depends what happens with the 1916 Naval Act. Assuming that for whatever reason, presumably the lack of World War II, the impetus isn't there politically to get the 1916 Naval Act through, and the US just keeps on building a couple of capital ships a year. I mean, some of the Japanese building programs for the 1920s, if they've got the British on their side, at least as notional allies, even if they're not directly involved in the war, they're still there, which means the Americans would still have to think about them being a potential threat. So, in theory, possibly in the 1910s or 1920s with a weaker US Navy. But that's going to depend a lot on exactly how much the British weigh in, how much the US consider the British a threat, i.e. how much of the US fleet is distracted looking at the British and what they may or may not do. And also you've got the fact that unless the British get directly involved in the war, the US can outbuild Japan once if its territory is attacked and lost. That'll give the political impetus to build up a fleet. In theory, if they can keep that impetus going long enough to build up the fleet, and obviously that depends on whether they lose a bunch of ships early on trying to take it back before, or whether they're just building on existing. The main thing is, Japan's economy will run out of puff eventually, but it could take a while. So, best case scenario for Japan would be they attack the Philippines. The British are relatively aggressive about saying we'll back Japan up if you try and do anything to them, America. Although the Anglo-Japanese alliance was defensive in nature, not offensive. So the US keeps, say, probably about half its fleet on the east coast, just in case the British try something. They send the other half of the fleet off to the Philippines. The Japanese fleet wipes them out with minimal losses. Now the Americans actually have a smaller fleet than Japan, and they're going to take, given in mind we're talking about battleship construction here, they're going to take probably 4 to 6 years to build a fleet that's big enough to take on the Japanese. Bear in mind the Japanese will be building up their own fleet as well, and now they have a numerical advantage to start from, so it might even take longer than that. Whereas best case for the Americans would be Japan attacks the Philippines, Britain goes, alliance is defensive only. If the Americans come after you, we'll defend you, but the actual Philippines itself is a fair season, open game, and that means the Americans probably don't keep a lot of their fleet on the East Coast. If they send most of their fleet across the Pacific and they engage Japan in a big naval battle, then maybe they win outright, or it's a close win. Basically, they win in some manner, which allows them to then counterattack the Philippines, or even if it's fairly close, even if they lose slightly, as long as they get some of their ships back, or at least it's a mutual kill scenario, basically, as long as the slate is roughly even at the end of it, then obviously the US can build up ships a lot quicker, and that will allow them to put a superior fleet in the water and come back and retake the Philippines faster and sooner. So, yeah, that would be kind of best case scenarios for the US, plausibly speaking. I mean, in theory, they might just sail over and straight out of existence the Japanese fleet, but I wouldn't be holding my breath on that in the late 1910s. So that is that, other than Jake Miller saying when will the bits of Valiant be up for sale. As per the community post, the other bits of Valiant that are being sold to raise money for the Royal Marine, the Royal Navy and Marine Benevolent Fund will be going up for sale at the end of the competition. So the end of the competition obviously being at the end of August. So that'll be when they go up for sale. So, there we go. All done. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for watching. And yeah, the recorded segment of Drydock episode 157 goes live tomorrow for everyone who isn't a patron, therefore will have seen it already. So, thanks everyone, and see you later. Bye.